Okay, we'll go ahead and come to order for our May 7th Planning Commission meeting. And if all of you would stand with me and do the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Kathy, we'll go ahead and do roll call. Here.
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 Mr. Ricucci?
Here.
Mr. Denayo?
Here. Okay, we'll have our report. EJ?
Today it looks like it's all about Granite Bay on the agenda, so we'll get to the agenda shortly. Just real quick, the one thing I want to talk about are upcoming Planning Commission meetings. So we have three. The next meeting is May 28th, and we have one item tentatively scheduled for that, Gold Hill. Not Gold Hill, I did not say Gold Hill. Wise Villa. All the wineries, we've had a lot of them lately. But Wise Villa is coming in with a modification. So that may be on the May 28th agenda. If that's the only thing we have, we may look at pushing that off to the next meeting, which is June 11th. And so over the next month or so, some of the projects that are coming forward are the Wise Villa, like I just mentioned. We have an extension of time possibly coming forward. Bickford Ranch specific plan, that amendment is getting close to getting to where we can bring it to the commission as a workshop. I think we want to have one workshop, get you familiar with the project and the proposed changes, and then we would come back probably a month later and have you take action on the project. So that's probably could be June, maybe even July. And then also we talked about going up to Tahoe again, the Squaw Valley specific plan amendment. That draft EIR is hopefully going to be released later this month, so we'd like to get up there for a draft EIR hearing. And if we do that, we also may take time to look at some of the other projects, do a little field trip up there just to get you oriented with some of the projects in that area. So what we'll do, Kathy will be in touch with you probably within a week as far as whether or not we're going to have that May 28th Planning Commission meeting. Other than that, that's all I have for now. Things are really busy, especially in Granite Bay. The projects that you see today, those are two of about a dozen, or three about of a dozen projects that are going on right now. So, okay. Any questions?
If we don't have the meeting on the 28th, then it likely will be pushed to the first date in June, right?
Yeah, and that's June 11th.
Okay, looks
all right.
good. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody in the public that would like to comment on anything other than what's on today's agenda is welcome to come forward and speak to us. Okay, seeing no one, we will go ahead and move forward to our 10:05 item, ponds, pavilions, and lofts. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Denayo. As was done at the last Planning Commission hearing, we're asking the Planning Commission to make recommendations only to the Board of Supervisors, so there wouldn't be any need to refer to the appeal rights. Also, another thing that just happened on Monday, the applicant, Lisa Powers, requested or withdrew the the off-site valet parking part of this request. And it still is in the staff report because that's what we had at that time, and it was too late to do any changes. But we did give the Planning Commission, that email was forwarded to all the Planning Commissioners.
Yeah.
Just this, back here. This is a Granite Bay Community Plan amendment. It's also a rezone and a parcel map and a conditional use permit, and then also variances are included. And there was a mitigated negative declaration which is attached to the staff report, and we're recommending that that be adopted. This didn't turn out very well because it was a very small slide and it got enlarged by a great amount. The site is just immediately to the east of the Quarry Ponds Town Center, 5.2 acres for the Pond Pavilion and Lofts project, and is on the south side of Douglas Boulevard. This is an aerial that's facing the south direction, and you see the pond, and the arrow shows to the project site. Just see, this is all the Quarry Ponds Town Center development, and then next to it is the Douglas Ranch and Feed Supply business on the south side of Douglas Boulevard. And this is the backside of the Shadow Ridge. I called it the Shadow Ridge Church. That was originally approved as that name, but ESD and others use the name Fellowship, so that's the one and the same. It's actually now known as the Fellowship Church on the north side of Douglas Boulevard. This map shows the proposed parcel map. And the rationale for this is that the commercial event center would all be located on this parcel. And then the Craftsman Lofts would be in this parcel. So one of the conditions of approval was to have a reciprocal parking agreement between the two parcels. As you'll note, this parcel 2, part of the 5.2 acres, extends right across the backside of the Quarry Ponds Town Center development, and that's about a 45-foot wide piece of property back there. Now, the proposed community plan amendment is from rural residential to professional office, and again, the site is highlighted. If you go to the new updated Granite Bay Community Plan dated 2012 February, approved by the Board of Supervisors, it indicates that less than 1% of all Granite Bay Community Plan property is zoned professional office, and currently 52 acres. Most of it is on the east side of Sierra College Boulevard and south of Douglas. There's a big piece in there that's professional office. And then there's another area that's north of Douglas Boulevard on either side of Barton Road. And then there's a very tiny piece next to Auburn Folsom south of Douglas Boulevard. So prior to the update of the Granite Bay Community Plan, there was no land uses proposed for the plan when that was updated, but it was the intention back in 2011 that there would be land use changes, particularly amendments next to Douglas Boulevard. And so that was discussed even by our supervisor, Euler, back in 2011. And he also mentioned that at the Granite Bay MAC meeting on January 7th when this item came to the MAC. And that was anticipated, and people actually, property owners put in requests at that time, but they were not acted upon till a later date, which is now. The proposed rezone is a little bit confusing because it quotes now office and professional, and that's what our zoning ordinance has. It's not professional office, that's the designation in the Granite Bay Community Plan, but the rezone would be from RAB 100, residential ag, PD 0.44 to office and professional, and that corresponds to the Placer County zoning ordinance. This is a site plan where you have the 26 loft spaces, and they're all 800 square foot. Up here in this corner of the Craftsman Lofts, there's restrooms, and there's a small office space here for the lofts. And then down here is another restroom area. And then this is the commercial event center, and it has approximately 9,750 square feet of outdoor area, potential outdoor area. And the total square footage of the Craftsman Lofts is 23,665 square foot. And it shows, that's actually a typo, it is 181 parking spaces on site. This is the floor plan, and also the applicant this morning, I believe, gave colored copies of some of this, and it shows this is the interior space, approximately 4,500 square foot and a total of 7,500 square foot for the event center. And let's see. This is the Craftsman Lofts. As I mentioned, there's 26 different spaces that would be used for uses that are permitted in the office and professional zone district. And then a landscaping plan shows exterior fronting Douglas Boulevard, and then exterior landscaping, and then proposed along parking areas and some areas around the commercial event center and the Craftsman Lofts. Now, the proposed parking, the key one is the middle one, where you have 181 off-site parking spaces, and you have a potential to use the 52 on-site valet parking spaces for a total of 233. And if you needed and utilized all those on-site valet parking spaces, you could have an event up to 358 people.
Yeah, could I ask a question?
Okay.
Going back to your map, the valet parking, could you point out where that would be?
On this site plan, all of these rectangles represent on valet parking spaces, one per each rectangle, and you see the regular parking spaces are facing inside there, and then down in this area. And what happened was several months ago, when this was proposed and analyzed, this was presented to the South Placer Fire District to review, and they approved these parking spaces that wouldn't impact any fire trucks or ambulance service. And what you do is, if you have all these 181 parking spaces taken up, then the person would drive a vehicle down here and get out of the vehicle, go to the commercial event center, and then the car would be parked by valet service. So we supported this proposal because it wouldn't have any negative impact on Douglas Boulevard. There wouldn't be any queuing because vehicles, any lineup of vehicles would typically be down in this area. If somebody's waiting to get their car taken and valet parked, it's all on site. So that was the reason that that was supported and recommended for approval in the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Now this is I believe the applicant has this could be in your colored packet, because this is a covered parking that's facing, that you would see from Douglas Boulevard if you look south, and has some special features in it, including even in this area, sort of hanging plants in this area. And there's more detail, I think, in the packets. And then elevations for the Pavilion Lofts. And there's some more here, and I believe you also have those in color, which would be probably provide better detail.
Roy, that's the Pavilion.
Yeah, Pavilion, sorry. The event center. And that's the Lofts, sorry. And on the Lofts, you have certain features these are skylights, roll-up doors, some windows, and it's also the style of architecture would have to be in compliance under the Appendix 1 of the Granite Bay Community Plan of the Craftsman Village style that is required for the Douglas Boulevard corridor. That's another one of the lofts. And I think that's about it. Is there any other questions this time? Just go back to the site plan, I think. If there's questions on, if there's any questions on issues like drainage or traffic, for instance, then I would defer to Phil France and Engineering and Surveying Division.
I have one question on the parking and the elimination of the, 50-something off-site valet? You don't need them anymore for the square footage we have here, or how do we get around the parking requirement? The building's smaller, or?
Well, I could just refer to that table. There. What that does do is, if you're just doing the 52 valet, then you'd have a limit of 358 persons to come to the event.
Okay. So you basically, okay,
Versus the other one would have got you to 500.
okay.
That's the key.
And the parking that's required. And so the last item in that table where it says up to 500-person events, that's what the applicant has requested to be withdrawn from the request today.
So actually, it'd just be the two, up to 228 and up to 385 would be the maximum.
Correct. So right now, the way parking is provided on site, without valet, they could have up to 228 persons for the event. And then if they do their proposed alternative parking plan with valet spaces where, everybody would drive in and have to pull up and have their car valet, there'd be no other option. They would be able to have events up to 358 people. And that is one of the variance requests, because our zoning ordinance does not recognize, a valet parking plan.
The other thing in the staff report is that the commercial event center requires one parking space for every 2.5 guests. That's with our new ordinance that just went through that George Vazosco was working with, that went to the board. And also you need one parking space for every permanent employee, which they have 4 permanent employees at the event center. And then what we did as well, there was a determination made by the deputy planning director that you would need to set aside 86 parking spaces for the lofts. So that came out of the 181 right off the top. So a little bit of numbers and math there.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess you offered to explain the drainage. Now, as you understand it,
Actually, I offered Phil France.
well, let me finish my question, and then you can answer it. Okay. As I understand it, it's going to be graded so the water runs away from the ponds.
I
And
think
so, yeah, maybe you could
probably not,
give us some
actually.
detail on that.
Yeah, the grading will drain towards the pond, not away from the pond. That's where the shed goes.
So it's going to go into the ponds
Correct.
from the pavement?
Correct.
And so I'm assuming that's not a problem?
No, we've looked at that drainage, and there are no significant impacts from the runoff from the site.
Okay, where you normally have a parking lot, don't they have some requirements now for some kind of a settling basin or some kind of a basin where the water, kind of gets to unload some of its debris?
So there are proposed BMPs to treat the runoff from the site so that no erosion or any water quality impacts will occur downstream. So that is part of the project.
So I guess you're saying that that's been designed?
Yeah, preliminarily they have some designs that show that, and that all works. The final designs will come as a part of the improvement plan process, but there's mitigations included in the environmental document that address that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Roy, thank you. Okay, would the applicant like to come up and speak?
I wanted to touch briefly on a few
If you
points.
could please just give us your name and.
My name is Lisa Powers. Excuse me. Going first of all to the water drainage, our landscaping plan has a swale, and it's planned that all of our runoff will be captured in our swales and then reused as irrigation water. So we are not planning, I think there'll be some natural, perhaps, flow that goes into the through the drainage system in the ground and the parking lots, which are normal. But it's my understanding, and I think Phil would reiterate this, that nothing is going into the pond or being permitted to directly. It's all either being reused on site for irrigation, or captured and then put into the storm drain system to alleviate that concern. So that was completely addressed. So if anyone has any further questions on that, please bring them forward, because we have addressed that issue, we believe, completely. Okay. The one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of the parking, because it is a little confusing going through the numbers of it all. And the 86 spaces that has been determined that we have to always set aside for the Craftsman Lofts and those uses, when there is an event, because the Craftsman Lofts in that area is being zoned as office professional, our events will normally happen at night, which would be the social event. We have two types of events planned. One we call the business side, and the other we would call the social. Social will be weddings, memorials, anniversaries, and those types of things. Also, a social event would be a community event, something like a charity event, or even the Granite Bay High School auction would be a good place for that to happen, because now they have to go all the way to downtown Sacramento to the Hyatt because they can't find anywhere that's large enough for them. So with respect to the business events, those would mostly be during the day, and they would be smaller. They would be things like corporate offsites or retreats or educational training, continuing education for engineers, CPAs, doctors, that type of thing, or whomever wants to have an event there. The social event will mostly occur at night and on weekends. And I know many of us can often be found in our offices working at nights and on weekends, but not all of us, not the full 86 spaces or that ration of people. So if you think about how many people will be working in our lofts at night at 6 p.m. on a Friday or a Saturday night, or on Saturday all day long, there will probably be maybe up to 22 or maximum 30 spaces used out of those 86 spaces. So even though our ratio of guests per car is 2.5, there are some people that come 1 to a car, to a wedding, a single person, and there are some people that will put 7 family members in the car and come. So we're, on our side, we know that we have that flexibility. We can't put it in the code, and through EJ's guidance, we all agreed to the 86 spaces. But just as a frame of reference, we're all understanding that we probably won't need all those 86 spaces. The second issue that I think is important that I talk about is our management. It's right now there are no facilities in the community really, except for Flower Farm Inn and perhaps the golf club that I know of, where someone can really have a nice outside presence in their event, as we do with our plaza outside. We're imagining that if it were a wedding, someone could go out there and they could have a ceremony at that far eastern perimeter or toward the pond front, and then have a champagne toast and then go back inside, assuming the weather is nice outside, and have dinner at the seated rounds. And our facility, as you can see by the renderings, is quite beautiful. It has these folding glass doors that are really 3/4 of the building. And they're a product called NanoWall, N-A-N-A, and they are just doors that stack back like lanai doors. And it'll be very nice, and you can actually see through all those walls to the water and the area behind it, and it'll be very, very pleasant for people. The ceilings that you see there are made out of a material called cow wall, and that's Kalwall. That's the same material that we used at Quarry Ponds. It's the cover on the trellis. It's a dual pane polymer material that has the color of a shoji screen and the look of one, and it both shields light and filters light as well as lets in light. And so the barrel vaults are meant to, as you can see in this rendering, to kind of hover and enclose people and have bays of seating and so forth, because a 4,500 square foot space is a large space. And it can become very impersonal for a smaller wedding of, say, 150 people. The medium-sized event, which is really why I withdrew our variance for the off-site parking, is probably going to be our strong suit. The larger events are, by my projection on it and reasoning, logical reasoning, are going to be fairly infrequent. And if we need them, we're able to have those under a temporary permit that we can get through the county. It's either going to be 4 per year or 6. I haven't heard. Do you know the final number yet, EJ? No. But so if we have a large event, such as a public charity event or something like that, or an art fair, we can handle that through the temporary event permit process. But for now, I think that what I want, operations-wise, is more of the medium-sized business, because that's how we're going to be able to turn the profit that we need to be able to do this in the first place. When you have a facility like this that has irregular rent or itinerant rent, it's really hard to make a projection. It's also very hard to get a construction loan or even a takeout loan. That's why the lofts were added. The lofts are also needed because in retail and in management, there's a whole new definition in space. People are not in their offices as much as they used to be. They're telecommuting. They're not showing up at all in certain cases, or they're in and out, as we are at our office. And I think that they'll be very unique. The tenant can take either 1, 2, 3, or 4, because the walls are meant to be popped through if they need to be. And we've had a lot of interest in them for anything from an engineering office, an internet merchant, a landscape architect, a Pilates studio, and that kind of thing. So there are not very many of them, but they were necessary to put in this project simply in order to guarantee a rent roll so that we could get the traditional lending issues that we need to do the development. The management of the facility will be under what I call our house rules. By that I mean we have neighbors who live around us at Sheba Court, and we like our neighbors. I've always been on good terms with them. We don't want to violate their sense of happiness in their home. We don't want to exceed the noise decibels. And just because we have a patio outside, it's not a given right of any guest that they can go out on our patio and put a DJ out there with loud music and create a lot of commotion. We will have rules. The rules will be followed. We plan on having 1 staff person there for every 50 guests on site. So if there's a 200-person event, that means we'll have 4 staff people who will be making sure that they operate under our rules. And our rules will be those that will respect the people in the community. The last thing I want to talk about is the Lofts Design. I noted that our rendering shows that there are these roll-up garage doors, but I later decided that, thank you, it's a long way there. That's the event pavilion. All right, great. I decided that we'd be better having that man door as you see it, and then a nano wall structure where the door is actually stacked back. And that's because the roll-up door is really cool and hip in the city. What we really want is better user ability for that space. And so a door that pulls back both reflects the design in the event pavilion as well as gives a tenant a lot more freedom and flexibility. Because when a garage door is open, it has to be all the way open. And with a nano wall door, you could open one panel on one side, for example, and it'd be like a window where you could just let in some air. So that would be the one correction. And if anyone has any questions, I can possibly answer them, or we can do it later, or I can have any of our team speak to issues.
No, Lisa, looks like.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up to the public, but how many people want to speak on this issue? Okay, and how many people represent multi-people or special groups? Okay, got 4. Okay, so there's 4 that probably give you a double time. You'll see there's a light system on there, so you get to speak for that length of time. And please, if somebody in front of you has spoken, has said something, you don't need to really go back into it. Just say, I agree with that person. So anyway, if you just line up, give your name, and let us know what you think. And if you do represent a group, make sure that you give us the name of the group.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Delorier and Larissa Berry, and we represent Folsom Lake Estates, the community that is off of Barton Roseville Parkway in Granite Bay. So currently, Folsom Lake Estates is involved with the county in not only to reduce vehicle counts, but also to potentially work on deadly speeds in our neighborhood, and this is why we have concern with this project. Speeds and the number of vehicles cutting through our neighborhoods has increased dramatically throughout the years, and we're currently trying to get some speed cushions installed. We've had cars coming through our neighborhood in excess of 70 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood.
Posted speeds are 25.
So we've been impacted by the Auburn-Folsom widening project and the dam and all those projects that are going on, and also with Folsom itself expanding. And so we adamantly oppose the Ponds and Pavilions and Loft project because we're worried about vehicle impact and additional cars coming through our neighborhood in order to access this, this project. So we have a couple of pieces of data and some other things. I'm not sure if they're on the PowerPoint, but they were submitted by email, and we have they've been given to people as they walk through the door. Basically, we had 886 cars in 2007, and now we have almost quadruple that at 3,200 cars going through our neighborhood. We had 95% of our cars going at the speed limit or below before, and now we have almost half that are exceeding the speed limit by 40 miles an hour. So it's a big, big change for us in our community. So we have a couple of questions for the Ponds and Pavilions Loft project, and here are our concerns. We just want to know if any additional arterial route expansions have been planned, and we also want to know if the Quarry Ponds project completed a traffic impact study. And finally, we would like to know what is being done or will be done to prevent the use of residential streets as cut-through routes for these businesses and for these cars, because as the dam has opened up, more people are finding it attractive to come to Granite Bay or to get to the other side of town through that, and we're afraid with an event center right there and smack dab in the middle, there will be people coming from all directions, but they will cut through our neighborhood and many other neighborhoods in Granite Bay, so we're concerned for those residents as well.
In previous meetings at the MAC meeting, several residents from East Rosa Parkway communities also commented on the dangerous speeds. And as more businesses are brought into the community, we don't feel as residents that overall traffic flow is being addressed properly. There's just too much growth with too few roads. So they obviously need to squeeze past traffic jams, and the construction project will only alleviate a portion of this with continued growth at this pace. So we'd like to know what the community is doing to address our safety and our quality of life, because that's being dramatically reduced by the size that Granite Bay is becoming.
And as a small community, we are aware that as the project on Auburn Folsom does complete, we've been told and been a part of many studies that have shown that they do not project the volumes to decrease because of that. So we do feel like the cars will continue through residential neighborhoods as opposed to arterial routes, unless that has been resolved through traffic studies and we found other arterial route expansions that will prevent them from coming through our neighborhoods.
We have, just so I don't think we mentioned it, but we have been working with Public Works since 2007 on traffic issues. We had comprehensive traffic volume speed counts done in 2007, 2012, and 2014. and the continued projections are for even higher volumes and higher speeds. So we just are here for comments.
Are you opposed to any growth in Granite Bay until these are addressed? I mean,
Yes.
Any growth, residential, commercial, retail?
Until there's some clear plan where we who purchased homes to have a good quality of life have some type of answer. Where are you putting these cars? Because they're coming into my front yard, jeopardizing the safety of our children and our residents.
They just have no alternate path at this point, and there's nowhere for them to go. And as they find Douglas is too full, if they find Auburn Folsom too full, they just come through the neighborhoods, which is natural, and that is something that obviously concerns us greatly.
We currently did have we've gone through the county road map and have had a vote to install 18 speed cushions and additional stop signs just to try and contain the speed, because 74 on a hidden hill is lethal. And thankfully,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Jack May, and I'm here to support the Pavilions plan. Just tell you briefly who I am. I moved here from Iowa about 10 years ago, and my history is that I worked for a privately owned company in the Midwest that had 23 manufacturing plants from Texas up through the Midwest and out through the Northeast. I started at the very bottom. In fact, I remember the first summer, one of my jobs, which did not make me very happy, was washing the windows on the office building. But I progressed up through the ranks, and in 1993, I was named president of the company. So I have a little experience, and I just tell you that so that you know I just didn't come off of the banana boat yesterday. I got to know Lisa by accident after Quarry Ponds opened. And I think we'd all agree that Quarry Ponds is a very high-class, well-built facility. And I can't help but think she will do the same thing here. I actually worked for Lisa for a few years after I moved out here, trying to help her develop some new tenants and work with them on their promotional area. So then, of course, the crash came and everything went downhill. But there's just a couple things I want to tell you about Lisa Powers. First of all, she built a high-class, well-constructed facility in Quarry Ponds. I don't think anybody can argue that. She's smart. She knows how to run a business. And if you watch what she does, she is pretty well versed on this. And one thing that I was very strict on and felt very strongly about when I was working, I told our people I wanted people that did what they said they were going to do. And I believe Lisa does this. At least my experience with her has been that she does what she says she's going to do. And I feel strongly that this is something the area needs. I don't know just how to say this exactly, but a community is either going forward or backwards. And I think that you don't just stand still and never progress. And I think this is an opportunity to put a high-class facility into this area that is needed. For meetings of the size she's talking about, I'm very active in the Granite Bay Rotary Club. And actually, if any of you are looking for something to do in your spare time, we need some new members. But I think she will run a high-class facility. It's something that's needed. We've tried to find places to hold crab feeds and so on. You just can't hardly do it in that area. So I would support it completely. I think she's going to do what she says she's going to do, and she will build a facility there that 5 years from now you'll say, by golly, this was a good investment in the community. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, he gave me 19 seconds off of his time. My name is Monica Sandgate, and I'm representing the Waterford Homeowners Association. There was a map that showed you an overview of the ponds, and across the street was the Lutheran Church. Our development is right next door to, correct. So the Lutheran Church is on your bottom left, and our development is on your bottom right. So just so that you know our proximity to Quarry Ponds. We have several concerns with the development. One of them, again, as was already addressed, is the traffic. I don't know how many of you live or have gone through the Granite Bay corridor, but I come home from work in the evenings, and sometimes it takes me 2 and 3 stoplights just to get through Sierra College and Douglas. It's a very, very busy, traveled location. Or if you're coming down Auburn Folsom, sometimes it's 2 and 3 lights before you can make a left turn onto Douglas Boulevard. There have been several near misses that I have personally witnessed that go into quarry ponds because of the excessive speed that people travel down Douglas Boulevard. And I'm very concerned about having 300 to 400 people lined up to go into a location that is very that compromises the traffic situation as it is. I'm also concerned about having a 400 or 500 event there that 99% of the time I'm sure will involve alcohol. We have children and young adults driving these roads in the evenings. I know many of us have high schoolers that have just gotten their license, and I don't think I feel comfortable with 400 or 500 people that have had 1 or 2 cocktails coming through that area, making very compromised U-turns in front of the church that come out there, and or going down all the way to Barton and having to make that U-turn because that's the only way they're going to get out in the other direction. So I do have many concerns about that. And again, it'll be in the evening. Again, the traffic I think would be very excessive. The noise level is another thing. Quarry Ponds on Friday evenings and Saturday evenings always puts on some very nice outdoor music in their area. We can hear that very clearly in our neighborhood, and it's nice because I like the music, but that's not always the case for everybody. And I understand that there may be rules on having music contained inside, but she had mentioned, Lisa Powers had mentioned these beautiful lanai doors that are going to be open, so I seriously doubt that the music is going to be contained inside on evenings where the doors will be open. And it does echo because of the pond through that area, so we're very concerned about the noise level as well. I'm also concerned about the lofts because we have excessive amount of empty commercial space on Douglas and Barton already, and at both locations on the corridor. The location over by the Walmart, there's so much empty commercial space, and then you go down to the Rayleighs, the Country Gables, and there's an awful lot of empty commercial space there as well. So I'm not sure that that we need that type of development right now. And in our in the Granite Bay Community Plan, we had talked about keeping our community rural, and I think this kind of goes against that rural feeling that I've lived out here for over 20 years, which we have enjoyed for so long, but I've seen it get more crowded and more crowded and more crowded, and it really is taking away from that rural feeling that I think a lot of the neighbors originally came out here for. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is VJ Baker, and I also am the very first house on the very first street as you exit Quarry Pond. This is a private road that's maintained by the homeowners of Waterford too. And this very weekend, we had a gentleman parked across the street from the very first house and my house in a very nice black car. And my partner walked up to him and asked him what he was doing. And when she looked inside the car, saw a lot of drug paraphernalia, including a bong and some cocaine. And she asked him to please leave our street, as it is a private road, and we would call the police. I think that when you go to an event like a wedding, sometimes there are places that you seek out to do those kinds of things. And I think that our roads, aside from the fact that you can't go anywhere once you get up our road except turn around and go back down, is one of those roads. I'm very concerned. Not only do we have teenagers, but we have lots of young children. We have elected to not ask for a gate. We think that because Berg is a designated rural street, that it should remain that way. And we love the trees and the rural feeling of Berg. We like to bicycle on Berg. And we would, although we think that Lisa's project is a beautiful project, perhaps would be better set in a different area. We would like to stop the rezoning of Douglas for a while and really see where all this traffic is leading. Thank you.
Good morning, Sandy Harris. I'm representing the Granite Bay Community Association. I hope you took time to read the 2-page letter that we wrote addressing many issues on this project. I'm not going to reiterate what all these people have said. I agree with what they've said. I just want to tell you that we did work very hard on updating our community plan, and the population was dropped to 23,000 at build-out from 29. And I would like to read a few sentences. One of the most significant issues for residents is a concern that growth pressures are threatening the quality of life within their community. Another one, the plan supports the preservation of the unique aspects of the Granite Bay community while also ensuring that provisions for adequate infrastructure and services are provided commensurate with growth. Many of those residents are opposed to additional commercial development, particularly along Douglas Boulevard. I'm quoting from our community plan that was adopted by the supervisors. The community plan has been developed around the common priorities identified by the residents of Granite Bay that support preservation of community character. The goals and policies. Convenience shopping is available locally for Granite Bay residents, but many of their needs for goods and services will continue to be met through outlets and facilities in many other parts of the region. Another assumption. The primary commercial centers will be located at the major intersections of Douglas Boulevard and Sierra College Boulevard and Douglas Boulevard in Auburn Folsom. And I wanted to show you this map of our community. Douglas Boulevard runs right down the center of the community. And if you can see the green areas, that's residential zoning. This is where the Quarry Ponds is, and it was grandfathered in 1989 when we first did the plan. Now we have, I think it's 6 or 7 new projects being proposed along Douglas, and there's no way, I know the county's doing an intensive traffic study because there's much concern about this added traffic, and it's mostly from not within our community. It's coming to these facilities that are being provided by these commercial developers. And I don't blame them. It's a very heavily traveled corridor, but it doesn't fit our plan to start putting all that commercial development, particularly in the area. This is the first one, the Quarry Ponds. There's another big commercial to the west of this. There's one right across the street on Berg that's for medical offices, and medical offices require much more parking. There's a child care facility being proposed. There are 2 memory care projects being proposed on the east side of Barton. And all of these are requiring general plan amendments. And I find that very hard to work with because we just updated this plan. We dropped the build out, and we specifically said no new commercial zoning along Douglas Boulevard. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Arlene Keeley, and I live on Berg Street, right across from this Quarry Ponds. And my concern was, and I did bring it up presented it to the planning department when I sent in comments and also at the MAC, was Douglas Boulevard, the limit is 55 miles an hour. It's kind of like a freeway. And the concern is when you have to come to a complete stop, the turn-in for this project doesn't allow enough for approaching something at that rate of speed. It's a nice project, but maybe something like that when you have a large number of people arriving at one time, to not be situated on a corridor that is designed to move traffic from Highway 50 through Folsom to Highway 80 Roseville. So it's very heavily traveled for outside, outside of our community. And this kind of, when you have to come to that kind of a stop and you have that many people coming at one time, it would cause a real traffic mess. And I live right across there, and I feel that people that are trying to get around Quarry Ponds will definitely come down and go through my neighborhood. And they would go at a very high rate of speed. And so I really wanted to, either they need to give up a lot of space in order to design a very long side. Okay, if that makes sense. So traffic can line up in order to get in, but I don't think they designed it that way. So that was a very big concern of mine. And also, I was concerned that they would generate wanting to put a traffic light at Berg, which that is against the circulation element or the circulation plan for this Granite Bay. And also, if you keep stopping traffic along Douglas, the reason why they don't want to put traffic lights there is because people will go and use, outside people will use the neighborhood streets, just like what was mentioned before. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Kalani, and my main concern with the new development is the parking. And I think you just look at it with logic. If people, let's say they rent some of the center buildings there for their businesses, if they have an event in the middle of the day or maybe 3 or 4 o'clock that could be overlapping for parking, I looked at her numbers. It doesn't add up for me that she can get everybody in there. And as far as these people, and I feel for them in Folsom Lake Estates, I live near there. I have always thought that under the power wire, there's lines, powers, and towers that go from Auburn Folsom to Sierra College, and it straddles both Sacramento County and Placer County. If we could build one lane going east and one lane going west, a lot of the traffic that comes over Folsom Crossing or comes out of Folsom would go that way instead of passing through Granite Bay to get over to the freeway at Highway 80. I'd always encouraged this, but the capital of, or the, yes, I guess you say the capital of Sac County, and you're up here in Auburn, it doesn't affect the people here. It doesn't affect them, but it would be an alternate to go underneath those power wires and just have 2 lanes going kind of northeast and southwest, you might say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Roth. I'm just a resident. But what I notice about this project is I come down from the lakeside, and the only way I can even get to that is to make a U-turn. And even though Douglas Boulevard is beautiful and there's trees and plants in the middle island, it does pose a visual impairment to be able to see oncoming traffic. And to make these U-turns where they're blind turns, and I believe an event center here, there will be a lot more pedestrians walking across. And I see that as a huge problem for people. There is no place for a pedestrian to walk across. And as much as I love the look of this facility, and I've been there many times, I think the parking for this facility was not adequate, which has been proven by the fact that they've actually added on extra parking to make amends for that. And I can't imagine that there would be enough parking with the lofts as well as the event center. I just can't even perceive it. And the other thing, you mentioned having a Pilates studio interested. Well, I do yoga and Pilates, and let me tell you how busy it gets in the parking lot. You can't find a parking space. So if you lease space to a place like that, there will be people there nights and weekends, or hair salons or massage facilities. I mean, there will be people there at the time that other events will overlap, and it will be a huge parking issue. So my biggest thing is, how are you going to accommodate all the parking? I don't know if it means redesigning the lofts to be 2-story so that you can create more parking spaces or something like that, but I just don't see that there would be enough parking. And the traffic is always an issue, but thanks.
Hi. My name is Kathy McCarthy, and I'm a resident of Granite Bay. I live in the property directly across from the pond. And I have several things that are very troubling about this project. While the project itself is beautiful, the event center would be gorgeous, it's in my backyard. And we have lived with quarry ponds, which we have no choice but to listen to whatever music is playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can go inside and close your windows. You are listening to that music. That's a smaller event than what's being proposed. So noise is a huge problem for all those properties behind. There's an entire neighborhood back in there that's rural. It's all 2.5 acre to 5 acre parcels with livestock. A lot of the people that live back in there, I'm not one of the early to bed people, but there are people in bed at 9 o'clock back there. And the noise, I haven't heard any mention of noise being a problem here, or very little mention. And it's a huge factor for that whole area back in there. As far as Lisa mentioning that, she's going to oversee it, it's not being overseen at Quarry Ponds. They get regular complaints from all the people back there for the noise. So the noise is a huge, huge concern for there. And we looked at the community plan 20 years ago before we bought, and we bought into the area because it was to remain rural. The second thing is there are other event centers. The high school has a ton of events at the golf club. The Lutheran Church has a big event center. If people go outside of the area to run an event center, that's fine. But we have, for what we are, more than ample event spaces for all different sizes. Those were just the two bigger ones. My third point has been iterated several times, the traffic. The parking, the street crossing, causing problems. And as Douglas gets congested, Eureka takes a lot of the overflow traffic, so it increases the traffic. The through traffic will go from Douglas diverting onto Eureka. So we get the 50 mile an hour, person going down a little 2-lane road through our neighborhood. The fourth thing that I would like to address is in discussing the parking. I basically agree with everything everyone said, so I won't go back over anything. There's an easement that Quarry Ponds has to park in the pavilions, and I didn't hear that mentioned anywhere. So for them to get their approval, they needed additional parking. Now that has been taken up and gone back. It's kind of like they're reciprocating parking at the same time. So that's a problem. Thank you.
Okay, if there's anybody else, please just sort of queue up. So come on up.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Ken Denio and other commissioners. My name is Tony Cardoso. I'm the owner of Quarry Ponds. I have to congratulate Lisa Powers and Walter for their continual effort and their diligence and their in trying to get this development going. It's quite a task. She done a Class A job, obviously, for Quarry Ponds. Very Class A and very well done. A lot of the issues been talked about already, traffic, parking, like the last lady talked about the overflow parking for Quarry Ponds, especially on weekends. Thankfully we're packed, and we do utilize that overflow parking. Parking is definitely an issue for this development. I don't know if it's been adequately addressed. And it looks like it was taken off the list of this outside or this additional parking that was required. It's quite an important subject to think about. Traffic, once again, I think it's been talked about. We have a statistic 7 years ago, 886 cars. Now it's almost 3,300 cars. There's been one death fatality right there in Berg and Douglas. I think one of the possible considerations is for Lisa Powers to consider a signal light. And like it was indicated once with one of the members, at Berg possibly, but maybe right in front of her development to slow this traffic. I think ingress, egress is pretty important. And right now, people coming out of Quarry Ponds, if they want to go west to make this U-turn, I hate to say it's at your own risk. It's very, very dangerous. Once again, I believe most of the concerns have been addressed. One thing that unfortunately I haven't had any personal dialogue with Lisa Powers regarding this development. I met her and Walter one time in my office, and we talked about the little parcel that's south of Quarry Ponds, this finger, which I think the county overlooked, and I think when the development was approved for Quarry Ponds, that little finger, that little stretch of land supposedly went with Quarry Ponds. I believe that's it. Is there a question?
I guess not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, seeing nobody from the public, I'll cut off the public and let the applicant come back and address some of the issues brought up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Marcus Laduca, Land Use Counsel to the property owner and applicant, 3200 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. We have a couple people that are going to address some of the comments that came up to maybe help clarify things. I wanted, though, to address the last couple of comments that came in regarding the parking easement first. Again, as mentioned in my letter, which I think is Exhibit 1 to the packet and staff addressed in their the staff report, that is a non-exclusive easement. So basically, if there are spaces available, the Quarry Pond has the right to use a portion of those. But again, if the spaces are being used by the Pavilion and Lofts project, those are being used, and there isn't parking available. It's part of the actual terms of the easement. I just want to make sure people were clear about that.
Is that a true reciprocal parking? Does it
No,
go
it's not
both
reciprocal
ways?
at all.
It's just a one-way?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And so it was written at the time to allow parking. It's right now, it's designated the areas in the northern portion of the parcel, but the owner of the Ponds Pavilion parcel, Ms. Powers, has the right to relocate it. We've already indicated that will be relocated to the southeastern portion as opposed to against the Douglas Boulevard. But I just want to make sure that's very clear. It's not exclusive. It's not like there's a right. You'll sometimes see agreements in shopping centers where there's a certain number for an anchor tenant, for example, get a certain designated area, and those are their spaces, and they have the right to paint them and say that these are exclusively for this use. That's not the case. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Marcus, can I ask a question related to that? But Roy, could you go back to that overhead picture that shows those parking spaces? Okay, it's the northern portion that's up in the front of the proposed project. Does anybody know how many spaces are in that overflow for the center?
85.
There's 85 in there, and those are obviously all going to go away when the project is done.
Well, actually, that was a temporary parking lot.
Right.
It was approved. It was extended, I think, a couple times. The extensions then lapsed, and so that would no longer be available because there's no longer a right to use those. But the idea would be that that'll be part of the actual, Ponds Pavilion and Lofts project.
Well, when this project, the center was originally proposed and approved, was it conditional on getting additional parking spaces, those 85 spaces?
No. So when the center was originally proposed, what was approved was a parking that was on site. There was another entitlement that was requested and approved for a Toast restaurant, which one of the conditions was that they must have the overflow parking. That's when the off-site parking area was constructed, but it it was a temporary, I believe a temporary use permit that allowed those off-site spaces, which was only, I think after the end of 2 years it expired.
So if those 85 spaces, which are proposed to be eliminated, that center still is within the county's guidelines as far as providing enough parking spaces for that center, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Quarry
'Cause
Ponds.
they're already saying that they're packed out and they use that overflow now.
That's correct. But nonetheless, there is an existing, private access agreement. That's what Mr. LaDuca is talking about right now. So that's a private party easement that is in place that you'll have to consider when you consider any variance to this project that you're hearing today.
Okay.
The other aspect was regarding that finger piece of property. That was not overlooked by the county. It wasn't a mistake. That's the way originally Quarry Pond, which I was also involved in the entitlement approvals for that. And so that wasn't a mistake or overlooked by staff or anyone else. It's part of this parcel on which the Quarry Pond, or Pond Pavilion and Lofts project is coming forward. It's always been part of that parcel when that first project went through and the parcels that were laid out, so it was not overlooked. I would like to have Ms. Powers address a couple of the issues that were raised by some of our neighbors to address a couple operational items, and then we would ask that Ken Anderson, and to answer the question that came in from Folsom Lake Estates, there was a traffic study done by Ken Anderson, who's one of the leading traffic consultants in Northern California. So there was a traffic study, and he'd like to address some of the issues that came up regarding turning movements and those kind of things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
First of all, it's my impression that the front spaces that are temporary on my parcel, the eastern parcel, are hardly ever used by Quarry Ponds at night. I don't live here. I don't drive by there every weekend night, but I have never seen, when I have been here, nor heard that all of those spaces are there. And as Marcus said, that was done by me. I used to own Toast Restaurant in the center, as some of you know, and we added that because we wanted to have public events. And now what I am saying is we'd like to build an event center. So there's, in a way, a reiteration of the need for that use in the community. One of the neighbors remarked that there were a lot of event centers in the community for people to go to. There aren't. The only comparable competition to us within the community would be the Granite Bay Golf Club and the Flower Farm Inn. The Flower Farm Inn out on Douglas Auburn Folsom Road, is booked a year ahead. The Granite Bay Golf Club requires that when a guest go there, they use the golf club's restaurant. We will not have that requirement. We will have a list of preferred caterers that we know show up, that we know do good work, and who leave our facility in good shape. This goes back to my point about our house rules. I'd like to first introduce Ken Anderson, who will address specifically and quickly some of the traffic rules. So, Ken.
Good evening, Ken Anderson with KD Anderson and Associates. We wrote the traffic study for the project, and quickly I'd just like to go over 2 or 3 issues that were raised. One, with regarding access to the project, we've evaluated how the project will work, and primarily with regard to the U-turns are going to happen. Part of the project requirements are that their access to the median opening opposite the church will be blocked off. The church can still turn left in and out there. Our project will not be able to. So to leave, you will be making U-turns either from the existing driveway at Quarry Ponds, turn right, make a U-turn to Church and go west, or you'll leave, go to Barton, make a U-turn there. That's not unusual on 4-lane arterial streets where you don't want a large number of outbound left turns across traffic. We've evaluated how much of those turn lanes we'll be using for normal activity and for special events, and their size to be okay. The project itself doesn't have any significant traffic impacts with its regular operation. The levels of service are acceptable in the weekday PM peak hour. With regard to the overview of complaints residents have with regard to traffic in Granite Bay, it's important to note that the ongoing construction of Auburn Folsom Road thank goodness, is almost done. Incrementally, we're within the last stretch. I understand that work will be done this fall. At that time, it'll be appropriate for the county and residents of areas like Folsom Lake Estates to look at what happens when that last piece is available, specifically during peak hours, because getting through that detour in the morning before school and at 5 o'clock can take you forever. And I think once that's through, we'll all have a better idea of exactly what's going on, and the county can work with the residents to deal with those issues there. Certainly, an event center has the capability of directing its attendees to the paths they're going to use. When, having hosted one wedding, when you go to a venue, they tell you these are the routes to use, this is how it's going to work, and certainly a management plan for this will direct people to the major roads, to come and to go, consistent with what the community plan says to do. Stephanie Holloway from Public Works is here also, can answer any of your questions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have as well.
Yeah, let me ask you, just so I understand, I think you might have explained it, but now the traffic to the church, you'll put a no U-turn sign there, and that's how you'll block that off?
No, my understanding is that there would be a physical raised addition to the opening. We would call it a gold wing in our trade, where you can still turn left into the church, and then they could turn left and go out, but it'll block our side. Does that make any sense in terms of how I've described that? It happens in other places where you're trying to not allow any lefts on the south side, but the left turns will be allowed to and from the north side still.
So, yeah, so if somebody's driving east on Douglas.
Yep.
They won't be able to turn into the church.
Yep, still can. They can turn left.
But they won't be able to do a U-turn.
Yep, you can still do that too. But we will not be able to turn left from Douglas westbound into our site. And we will not be able to turn left out of our site to go west.
They can only turn right, and then they can still do a U-turn at the church.
Yep, yep, all that's true. The county's position originally was it's not a good idea, even though that median opening is there, to promote more left turns at unsignalized locations on Douglas.
And so, and they also can go down to Barton Road if they want to make it safer.
That's the next opening in the median, the signal control stuff there. If you didn't want to make a left turn at the unsignalized church, left turn lane, yeah, you just go to Barton.
So somebody that's going west on Douglas wants to enter, they're going to have to go down and make a U-turn in another non-lighted place. So, so I guess the issue probably would be it's usually safer if you have a stoplight to make a U-turn, but that's a county issue that would be paid for with traffic fees or something else, right?
If the traffic if it were impossible to make the left turns for traffic reasons, that would be one criteria you'd evaluate in deciding you want to signal at Berg. There's others. But sitting and watching the traffic out there, what happens today at those U-turn opportunities is the signal way back at Sierra College holds people for an awful long time while the traffic on Sierra College is going north and south. So there's a huge gap in traffic that comes down eastbound on Douglas. And generally when you go to make the U-turn, you have to wait for those holes in traffic to come. You queue up cars, that hole gets there, everybody makes the U-turn. So from that standpoint, I do not believe the county has any intention of pursuing a signal at Berg now, and the judgment we've made regarding this project and its effect on the Berg Street U-turn is that we'll still be safe at that location.
Okay. Well, yeah, I drove the road, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of the long time that it takes for traffic to get there. It gives you time to make a U-turn. You may have to wait a while the traffic's there.
Could be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important for people to realize that this development is being asked to pay a fairly hefty mitigation fee related to traffic of almost $500,000. So that's significant in addressing some of the issues that have been brought up. What I wanted to ask you about is that I can't see from the plan that there is, because it's a valid point that was brought up about the concentration of traffic for an event, both coming in and exiting. And I can't see in this plan a deceleration lane and acceleration lane, given the heavy heavy speeds that are on Douglas now, what kind of backup that's going to create as people are trying to get in, and then obviously exiting could be a hazard with fast-moving traffic. So what's happening there?
The project is making frontage improvements. They will yield a curb line that's consistent with the curb line in Quarry Ponds. If you drive by there and look, the space provided for deceleration is that wide shoulder area that's there. When you drive by Quarry Ponds, people can pull off and decelerate into that and then move into the...
How many cars can it accommodate?
It's a continuous length there. So it would be the full length back to the next drive, and I'm not sure. It's important, too, to understand that if you did a special event, you get into the high order numbers that they're talking about, you'd have people on site directing traffic, particularly if you had to use the valet. And they'd be moving in there to the far end of the site to avoid having queuing that would be back up onto Douglas. So that is actually one of the advantages if they move to the valet program at the end.
What about accelerating lane?
There is no plan for widening the road east of them for acceleration. The logic traffic engineers make in that regard is, do you want them to start accelerating down the road and then weave, or do you want them to wait for a big enough gap in traffic and go when that opportunity is there? I tend to subscribe to I'm going to make them wait on site, wait for a gap, and then go. So there is not a plan for an acceleration lane east of the site, and it hasn't been required yet by staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, did you have a question?
Lisa, maybe you can show, where are the 86 spaces that are being reserved for the loft?
They will be there. First of all, I don't know if it's 86 spaces specifically, but I can't recall. Our easement spells it out, and maybe Mark, is they right? Oh, for those, but we're confusing. How many spaces are in the easement, please? For are you talking about the lofts?
The ones we're preserving for the lofts, so that they won't be taken.
Sorry, I misunderstood. There is no set aside 86 spaces for the lofts. There is no specific parking area for the lofts themselves, but it's natural to assume that most of the time the event pavilion will not be used. The preponderance of the time the event pavilion will not be used.
I guess where I'm getting at, we're saying that we're keeping some spaces open for the lofts tenants,
right?
So that when the event center is in use, that they still have place to park.
Yes.
How are we doing that?
Well, if we have an event where we need to have event management, which would be anything over 200 people, for example, because our minimum sized event of 228 people would require approximately 100 or just shy of that, about 85 or 90 parking spaces. And there are now 181 spaces on the site. So again, that's going to be at night. The lofts will be little used at night, not heavily used. And our just projection is that people who are tenants of the lofts will be parking around the lofts because people are inherently expeditious or lazy, and they want to be closest to where they're going to. So there are many spaces around the lofts, including those at the front end, the north side of the project on Douglas, and there are several in front. I'll show you. Can't really quite see, but there are several all along this area here. This is all parking, and there are some as well down here that are for the lofts. So
But there's no proposed permanent signage or anything else to designate parking for the loft tenants separate from the event center?
No, we hadn't thought that would be needed. It's sort of you can prescribe what you want people to do, but it's easier just to let it happen as it happens. And again, the population will turn over. It's usually just small offices. So if you have a suggestion on that, I'd be more than happy to hear it.
I'm just thinking if I was a loft tenant, I would want to know when I showed up to my office that I was going to have a place to park.
Well, I think that in the management of the property, that if that becomes an issue with tenants, we will certainly address that, respectfully. I'm known as a very tenant-responsive landlord, so we want harmony. We would address it. But we're not going to set aside loft spaces, or at least I hadn't thought we should. Maybe I'll think about it now. Maybe it's a great idea. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I wanted to next do is introduce Ed Ballard, is Ken Anderson. And in talking about noise, I should have said before, in response to one of the residents who imagined that the lanai doors would be pulled open when there was music inside. That's not true. If there's music inside our pavilion, those people will have all the doors closed so the noise cannot escape. And Ed will talk about some of the noise mitigation measures that we have. We have Walt Gebauer can also explain, one of our other noise experts from the Bay Area. Basically, it's a matter of blocking sound and or redirecting sound. But if someone has a band or a DJ for a wedding, the doors have to be closed when the music is on. They can rely on air conditioning because they're going to be hot in the first place. They don't want the doors open. It would be warmer still. So those will be another one of the absolute rules.
Lisa, when you talk about the sound and no sound on the outside, so then you wouldn't be, against a advised condition from the commission stating that there will be no outside music played from this venue. In other words, that any music and any loudspeaker system would be on the interior when it's closed in.
No, what I'm saying is that if we have loud music that we know is loud, like a DJ or amplified band music.
Well, any amplified. I'm just saying other than somebody outside where they're just speaking in a normal tone,
right,
without a microphone, speakers and stuff, that if there was a condition put on you that said any amplified, any speakers would have to be indoors, enclosed.
I think I'm agreeing with you, but I want Ed to address that as well.
Because that's what I'm hearing you say, but I'm just saying,
maybe I'll let him speak. He's the expert, not me.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning. For the record, I'm Paul Ballard, not Ed Ballard. Sorry, Lisa. And I am with Ballard Acoustical Consultants out of Loomis, California, and we prepared the noise analysis for this project. And we went about that by actually simulating an outdoor concert event using our sound system with 400-watt concert speakers and an 800-watt subwoofer. And we conducted two simulations on the site, actually, one in 2012 and another in 2013, because we share the applicants' and the neighbors' concerns about noise, and we know there have been some issues with sound generated at the Quarry Ponds project. And so we conducted a simulation to find out which orientation. We moved the speakers north, east, south, and west. We monitored 8 locations all the way around the perimeter on the opposite side of the pond, on the opposite side of Douglas Boulevard. We did the tests in the evening between 7 and 10 p.m. to try and simulate the atmospheric conditions that would likely be present during an outdoor event. And we concluded that the applicant can't have carte blanche to just let anybody go set up and do what they want to do. And so we made specific recommendations for how to operate an event so as not to exceed the county's noise standards and to minimize the potential for adverse reaction from the neighbors, including limiting hours of operation, limiting noise levels from the sound system outdoors, orientation of the speakers, and since that analysis was prepared, I've had many conversations with Mr. Gebauer where we've taken it another level, where he's working with a professional outfit out of San Francisco that specifically designs sound systems to minimize noise in outdoor areas. So we know speakers are directional. We know we've got huge sensitivity on the south and east side of the ponds. And so there's been this very concerted effort to ensure that the noise levels that are generated and that the facility is operated in a fashion that will satisfy the noise standards, specifically including a setup of a house system for exterior sound, for background music and what have you in the exterior area, so that it's controlled by the house. People have to plug into that system where amplifier settings can be limited. Speaker design is preset, and so it's not just a DJ coming in and setting up all the subwoofers he wants and doing his thing. So there are considerable controls that are built in. And ultimately, if the project is approved, it doesn't give the applicant carte blanche then to just suddenly make all the noise they want. They still have to comply with the county's noise ordinance and county code enforcement, I'm sure, will be involved should there be concerns from the neighbors. So the study that was prepared was very detailed and did give great consideration to the sensitivity of the neighbors, speaker orientation, outside sound versus inside sound, and the mitigation recommendations that are included in your staff report reflect that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding noise.
Well, I don't know, it's sort of conflicting because I heard from one person, one representative, that it wasn't, and then now I hear that.
So you're saying, I guess, to Ken's question, you're saying there still will be outside amplification.
Outdoor amplified sound can occur, provided it occurs with a properly designed and operated system. Okay. Yes, under those conditions, that would maintain the sound levels at acceptable limits at the nearest sensitive receptors. So yes, we didn't say no outdoor music at all. We said for outdoor music, it needs to be operated in this fashion.
I misunderstood Mr. Denio's questions that I announced to. And this is Paul, by the way.
Yeah. And furthermore, one final thing in closing. We understand that the audibility of the sound is an issue, and it's going to vary a little bit when atmospheric conditions change. We're all familiar with that phenomenon. And so one of our measures was to specifically, although audibility is not a test of significance relative to the county's noise standards, we're still concerned about it. And so I included one of the measures in my analysis that the applicant be prepared to work closely with the neighbors on their concerns after the events begin operation. Because in some cases, the sound will be audible. It's a question of audible at what level. We're trying to ensure that it's at as low a level as possible.
I guess I'm still a little confused in the conditions for the project. You just mentioned several standards, and I've been briefly looking through it, but I can't see where it's a condition in the project. This is self-imposed conditions?
That the project satisfy a certain performance standard for noise? Yeah. There's actually one built into the conditions that the project, at a reference level of 25 feet from the speakers, not exceed a certain level. And based on our test results, we know that if the levels are contained at that distance, that they'll be acceptable at the greater distance to the neighbors. We didn't specifically include a measure that says you must comply with the county's noise ordinance because that's a given. Every project must comply with the county's noise ordinance standards that we addressed in the report.
Okay, so there is a condition in here that talks, a performance standard condition in the list of conditions for the project?
That's my understanding, that speaks to, for outdoor sound, it can't exceed a certain level at a certain distance from the speakers.
Okay,
if I could just jump in and add to that. So all the mitigation measures that are a part of the environmental document that you're going to consider should be included as the conditions of approval. I'm right now looking for the same condition we're talking about. But on page 24 of 31 in the mitigated negative declaration, which, if I can get you attachment number here. Attachment G. So every mitigation measure that's in there should be in the conditions of approval, and if it's not, we need to make that statement before any action is taken on this project.
Condition 42.
42. All right, we'll look at 42.
On page 25, the handwritten 25.
I wanted to also point out that there will be absolutely no amplified music on our facility after 10 p.m. outside. And that's in accordance with the ordinance, where really everyone countywide is required to comply with the ordinances. Even though they're complaint-driven, you're still required to comply with them. No one has the option to say, I won't. It's a matter of soft law or regulation.
Okay, he helped me find it. It's condition number 42. Thank you.
Any further questions regarding noise?
Get it. Something that I would like to see, because we've talked about this with the other event centers, and is that that it's posted in some fashion or form so that the people in the community have a way of making contact if there are issues. both with whoever's responsible at the facility and the on-site, so they can get to somebody and hopefully resolve the issue before it gets brought to the level of the sheriff. And the other that I would like to see, because the county has just implemented this, is that they now have a 24-hour, as I understand, 24-hour number that you can call, that somebody can call, that's in enforcement. And that number needs to be posted somewhere around so that people know that if they can't first get a response from the actual property owner or whoever's managing that event center, that they can also go to enforcement and file a complaint against the project. Because what we don't want to do is have the sheriff responding to every little problem that may come up. There's got to be other sources of resolution prior to bringing it to that level. So I guess I'm speaking more broadly to the staff as it relates to not just this project, but anything that's related to an event that impacts the community. There needs to be avenues for them to put their complaint out there to be responded to.
And all said, I just would agree with you completely. It's always best to work directly with the venue first in order to try and resolve these kinds of issues before kicking it up to the code enforcement or what have you. And all indications from working with the applicant is that they're perfectly willing to do that. So.
Well, how are they going to do that? How are they going to how are you going to get it out to the community so they know who to contact, what phone number to contact?
Well, first of all, I think it's a very good idea, so I thank you for it. And we will. We can publish it in the front. We can put it on our website. We can inform our neighbors, anyone who's directly around us. I have already been in one of the Sheba Lake or Sheba Court residences at night on a Friday night when it was recently when there was a band playing at Pete's Brew House at Quarry Ponds. And the resident was complaining about the sound, but it was clearly way over the noise level. When I owned Quarry Ponds, we made every effort to stay within the decibel limit. We had decimeters on site. We had Paul and his people out there. We knew what they were. We were not an inconsiderate, certainly not overtly an inconsiderate neighbor to them. It's important that if you're going to do something and we're all going to share in the land uses that we have as a community of people, that we all have to respect each other's rights. This includes respecting the developer's right to build lofts that someone may not think will rent. You know, that's my right to take that risk. And it's also the residents' right to object if we make too much noise. So there's certainly a community discussion that needs to be available to be had at all times. So we have a website. We can certainly post it on a sign at the front. It would also, in a way, be good for guests to see that, because we can point to that sign if any of our guests want to be too loud. So I think it's a great idea.
Right. Well, I guess this is to you and to the staff. Any event center in the future, this one and in the future, I think there needs to be a condition that's put that either it's on your website, and not only should that include a number that they can actually get a live person on site to deal with the issue, but they should also have the code enforcement number there. There's got to be a way for the community to respond to issues.
I agree.
Commissioner Nader, if I could add to that, so this facility would have to comply with the event center ordinance. It's subject to those requirements. Within that, there is a requirement for a special notice requirements, but it's only applicable to agricultural event centers. Commercial event centers were exempted from that. Now, if you wanted to impose the same condition, or if the condition or the commission decide to do that, we can entertain that same language and apply it to this project.
I think it should. I mean, that's my own personal opinion. I mean, the rest of the commission needs to weigh in on that, but I think it's important. The community needs to have a way to voice their concerns without involving the sheriff.
Right, I agree. Did you want to say a few things, Walt, about the review study? There's one more study we did in the Bay Area that's proposed specific mitigation, and Walt can talk briefly.
Well, Paul, in his report, my name is Walt Gebauer, and Paul, in his report also that you have, talks about structural things that can be done, materials that can be used. We're looking at sound walls. We're contemplating things that could be put actually into the landscaping that may buffer, particularly on that east portion going to Sheba Courts. Those things can be done. We also, as he mentioned, have brought a group in from San Francisco that does a lot of work with
a wide range, large rock and roll concerts, to they're working with Build Your Vineyards in Sonoma, which is a big wedding site, which has a lot of applications to what I have here, and I'll pass this out when I'm done. Their recommendations, which overlap a lot of what Paul said. First and foremost, you have a code practice. You define exactly how the system is going to work, how it's going to be controlled, what are the levels, and that is a part of the contractual agreement that the client signs when they want to use a facility. And then it will be monitored by our people on site. As Paul mentioned, the sound system will be purchased by us. So we control the system that comes in, how it's designed, how it's placed, where it's placed, all of that. We don't allow anybody to just come in with their own big boom blasters and create havoc. There are acoustical treatments. If we're having outside venue sound, we will define the spot that will be. That can be surrounded with acoustic carpeting, these acoustic walls. You could do actually like maybe a band shell. There are a lot of things that can be done to make sure you direct that sound. The placement of speakers, if you get the woofers off the floor, you don't have them on the concrete. If you can put speakers high, you can direct the sound down. It comes into a space rather than projecting the sound out. And last but not least, the monitoring system. We could go to the extreme where we could actually have a system where we in our San Francisco office could get online and monitor what is happening on the site if we want to go to that extreme. So it will be real-time monitoring on the site. Are we complying with the rules? Through our system, people sign reports. So, and again, as I mentioned, we are looking at things that we could do to place things strategically in the landscape that will block that sound from going across the pond, going over to the Shiva Court people. So I'll just pass this out, give you a little bit of another flavor of what we're doing.
So to wrap this up, I want to return, please, to the issue of parking one last time. And originally when I thought of having an event pavilion here on the pond front, I've been to many nice events in my lifetime, and they have all pretty much been valet parked events, simply because I live in the Bay Area and was brought up there, and that's the only way you can get. It's an elegant way to have a nice guest interface when you have an event. I imagined women having to walk 3 acres in high heels if they parked at the front back to the event pavilion. And I quickly decided that I did not want to be one of those women in high heels going to a wedding. And so we had always envisioned that when we have an event, an elegant event, and they will be very nice, we intend to be at the top of the competitive community with respect to events, we'll have valet parking. Imagine rain. You don't want to have people walking in abundant rain either, and it rains normally up here quite a bit. So we had always had the valet issue in mind, simply to transport guests to and from their parking. They enter, it allows for this quick off Douglas Boulevard issue, and the only time, by the way, that you have a massing of cars to an event is generally at the arrival time or the start time. People tend to arrive at an event more in a group within a half an hour or 45 minutes than they leave, because they leave at all times, as we all know. So the valet parking issue, later it became clear as well that it allowed us to stack cars, as valets normally do. And the valet people are wonderful. They know how to do this. This is their business. And it's our objective as a business, which is what this is, to make our guests as happy as possible and to get them in and out in as elegant a manner as possible, and to make them feel that not only do they have a great time there, that they respect our rules, we respect their right to have a great time, and they leave comfortably and they also enter comfortably. Hence the valet idea was born. When we brought it up to county, they had never heard anyone propose using a valet system on site to also deal with sometimes or itinerant, larger parking needs. But it's a perfect solution for both. So that's the last thing. Sorry. So it's complex. There's a lot of moving parts in this. Does anyone else have any questions for me, or shall I?
No.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry, I closed it off to the public. Oh, yeah. Okay. Stephanie, if I could have you come up here on part of the traffic issue, because that's another big one with sound.
Good morning.
Maybe just sort of go over the 3,000-foot view
Sure.
of, the traffic issues in the area there and how they're being addressed. Because I know there's fees that are paid into to help mitigate problems that are farther down the road and stuff. And one of the things that I heard that I found interesting, there was not an acceleration lane outside, and I heard the explanation of, well, you have to wait for a break. And hearing the deceleration coming in, it sounds like that's plenty big enough. I mean, if it's a continuation from the Quarry Ponds all the way down there, where it's basically a full lane width. But what about the U-turns and potential lights in the future and
Sure.
what you see?
Okay.
Also Barton Road.
Barton Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a discussion about that.
Sure. Yeah, so let me, Stephanie Holloway with Public Works. I'll give you kind of a tutorial. I'll start you from the beginning with the community plan. So when the Granite Bay Community Plan was developed, we obviously set land use within the community plan. That land use has what we call trip generation, traffic generation on the existing network. So from that generation, we run a traffic model that says, so many trips from so much land use in the future will need a set amount of facilities in order to accommodate a certain level of service on the roadway. So we set the level of service standard. And then essentially we say, there's a need for improvements in the future on specific roadways, depending on where traffic is going and coming outside the community plan, within the community plan. That actually is built into what we call a capital improvement program. So there's a list of infrastructure improvements that will get built within the build out of the community plan as traffic increases, as development increases. They either pay for or build construction of those improvements, or they pay into what we call a mitigation fee, a traffic mitigation fee. Auburn-Folsom roadway, the widening of that is currently being partially built with traffic mitigation fees. So we determined a need for that growth in the capacity, and then that roadway gets built through those mitigation fees. So that's kind of how the community plan, the land use, the traffic, and then the construction of those improvements gets tied together. So just to back up, when the community plan was updated, I think back in 2004, 2005, we did run kind of a new traffic model within the community plan area. There were modifications to the CIP at that point. Different roadways were modified depending on the amount of traffic that we anticipated. That model currently stands within the community plan, and one of the things that we worked with the community when it was being developed was how much traffic do we anticipate coming and going within the community plan. We do have a large commute through the community plan. We see that on Auburn-Folsom, on Douglas. There was a discussion about how big should Douglas Boulevard be? How much capacity should we provide? And the community at that time decided that it should remain a 4-lane facility. There was talk about going to a 6-lane facility, and I believe we reserved right-of-way for 6 lanes, but the community felt like 4 lanes was really what they felt was something that they wanted to sustain in their community. So with that, we've seen growth, obviously. We have realized a lot of development within the community plan, and we're kind of getting to the end of that development. So with this determination about infrastructure, we are seeing additional congestion, and we're kind of feeling that and hearing that in these comments today. One of the things we did talk about back in 2004 was the need for alternative roadways, essentially to sort of take some of this additional load essentially off of Douglas Boulevard that may be diverting within the community, community traffic that doesn't want to travel Douglas Boulevard because Douglas Boulevard's getting congested. And so what we're seeing is, that is sort of starting to realize within these roadways on Eureka, on Barton, Cavett-Stallman, we're starting to see that growth from sort of this deviation of traffic off of Douglas and Auburn Folsom. So, and I'm sorry the Folsom Lake Estates people left, but, we have worked with them over the last number of years. We're currently still working with them on traffic calming. We just received a number of surveys within the residential community of, do they support the traffic calming? Do they like it? We've got some temporary measures out there. So we do have a program to sort of address these speeding and volume issues that are sort of arising in these residential communities. And so that's kind of the growth, I guess, discussion. As far as the project, I believe what Ken was relating was that the deceleration lane is essentially, and Phil, maybe I'll defer to you on the frontage improvements, but the deceleration lane into the project is essentially the use of the shoulder. There's a pretty wide shoulder there. And then there's also what we call a deceleration taper that will be built with the project. So the use of the shoulder, the use of the taper, that's essentially that deceleration that Ken was talking about. The same is true on the acceleration or the exit side of that driveway. As Ken related, we sort of weigh this issue of should we build a right turn acceleration lane, which has a lot more impact associated with it, or should we, allow for this taper with use of the shoulder that does force traffic to meter off of the site depending on the gap that they have available. And as Ken said, the gap that we sort of experience on Douglas Boulevard is sort of metered by this issue of the congestion at Sierra College and Douglas. We anticipate that will continue into the future, into future modeling of Douglas Boulevard. So, any other questions? Did I miss anything? No?
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie. Oh, okay, at this time, I'll just let...
Okay, I just, there's a little bit of confusion in my mind with regards to the zoning, and I guess this is for Roy. You indicated that this site in the plan was thought to be for professional, to be changed to professional zoning, but in the plan it wasn't yet. And now the variance, not the change that we're talking about is to convert it to a professional, or actually office professional zoning. But I heard in the public testimony and in our staff report, it indicates that the current zoning is rural residential.
Yeah, let me address that if I could. And you're correct, the existing zoning is the rural residential. It always has been. When we updated the community plan several years ago, when we initiated that process, we sent out notices to all property owners in Granite Bay asking to see if anybody was interested in doing a land use change. This was one of the properties that had looked at doing something non-residential on this property. At that time, it was decided that we weren't going to consider land use changes as part of the community plan update. And so this was tabled. In fact, all the requests were tabled until such time those individual landowners came in and actually made a request for that, which as of late, in the last few months, we've seen several property owners come in asking for general plan amendments and rezones. So today, you have this rural residential land use on this property, and the question is whether or not it's appropriate to change the land use to the professional office. And when considering that, you should also look at is this suitable for a residential home site? It's staff's opinion that it is not. So the professional office was a land use that seemed to be a kind of a transitional land use to the commercial properties to the west, and then the residential properties to the east of the site. So something your commission will want to consider.
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is it wasn't necessarily a tacit approval when the decision was made with the plan, but we'll be addressing each of these as on their own individual merits.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, EJ, what is the density of professional and commercial use out in Granite Bay for the size of Granite Bay? In other words, you know, is there?
Are you asking how much available land is it?
100 acres, you know, that's zoned or, you know, for the density of population?
I don't know offhand, but I'll take a look while we're still talking about or answering other questions. It may be in the community plan, but I'm not sure if it's stated the exact acreage. And then the question is what's developed and what's not developed.
Yeah.
And of course, we have some other proposals in to change land uses from residential to, you know, professional office for commercial zones.
Question, I guess, directed to the other commissioners here. We've heard several operational solutions to questions and concerns by the applicant, and I have no doubt that she has every intention of living up to those and has proven herself to be a good neighbor and intending on being one here. What there is no guarantee that we will have the same property owner on that site forever and ever. I would like to see some of these operational procedures included in the conditions of approval, so regardless of who owns that property, there's some good neighbor policy in place that can create, I guess, maybe a little more comfort level for those who live immediately around the property, that regardless of who owns it and when and how far down the road, none of us get to be here forever, that these same good management practices will be imposed on whoever owns that property, and have to continue with the property and not just with the owner.
I would support that recommendation.
Well, yeah, I think that seems most reasonable, even though I think it includes I think our first order of business is to come to a decision on how much this community plan is worth that we're going to change if we do this.
And if I can answer your previous question, I do have an answer on the professional office land use. There's approximately 52 acres with that land use designation. That's less than 1% of land uses in the plan area.
Yeah. And then, just, you know, I've lived in the area my whole life, not in Granite Bay, but resident just outside and go through, you know, Folsom Lake and go through there all the time. I mean, from honestly, just my observation, whether you came here 40 years ago or 2 years ago, when you go down through all the roads and stuff with that, Douglas was always at least a corridor that I saw as a business person. That's where your business is going to be. I know they're saying, you know, these major intersections and stuff, but anytime you have a major arterial like that, I can see when you look at some of the zoning where there's residential and stuff and it backs up. Like you look at the one right across from the Quarry Ponds and there's that vacant lot there. You're not going to put, you know, residential there, a bunch of houses, you know, just facing out. Usually there's a buffer zone and stuff, and I always wondered why they didn't take the whole corridor and you know, for commercial or professional, just like in any community, and then it protects the residential behind it more. And
so what you're saying, Ken, is that the community plan now is just de facto, and then it's up to us each lot to decide.
Well, they have the right to to decide. I'm saying that.
You know, we have the right to decide, right?
Yeah, well, we do with input.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you look, because where else are you gonna do it? Are you gonna go on one of the other roads where there's more residential and put it, you know, the services and stuff that a community needs. I know there were comments made, well, there's a lot of vacant areas around where you'd put something like this in, but there's a difference between an event center where it goes. You wouldn't put a event center in the middle of the fountains, you know, in Roseville or the Galleria, where, you know, it's one big building where they're just using it temporarily. I mean, there's differences. You know, those are retail uses that you want people in there, you know, 7 days a week operating and stuff for the small businesses. And then you have your offices and your business professional and stuff, and usually their hours probably wouldn't affect an event center as much as if it was full retail use all the way through.
Yeah, well, I guess kind of my thought, and, you know, I guess I kind of spurred your question a little bit with my question, but I just wanted to be clear on what the current plan calls for, and be clear that there hasn't been a kind of a non-decision decision that this should be changed. But at any rate, if we look at this as an individual property along Douglas Boulevard, you know, I personally don't see it as being a residential
I wouldn't want to buy
parcel. So at least from my point of view, I don't really have a problem with the proposed change in zoning.
I'd like to make a comment on Jeffrey's comment about getting some of these things in the code. I know we had a lot of comments on noise, and there's that one paragraph 42 there, but I don't think it covers the whole thing that we're talking about. And so noise is one, but the on-site management of parking should be included someplace in this plan, so that way if it does change ownership, or that plan will go through like was described to us today to handle the parking, because parking seems to me one of the biggest issues here, as well as traffic and safety along Douglas. And I think those things that were mentioned today, they're kind of alluded to in a lot of the conditions, but more of a general, they're in general. I think we need to see real specifics on the parking management, noise. When I say noise, I meant the sound system, so noise can be controlled, like the gentleman was talking about. And all those things should be written down, even if it's only a page or two, but inserted into the document with more detail, more certainty. I agree with Jeffrey on that.
Jeff, I'd be interested, since you're our Granite Bay expert, other than this, what you're suggesting, do you believe that they adequately address the other issues?
Traffic, I think, even if you never built another thing in Granite Bay, the traffic is going to continue to get worse on Douglas Boulevard because Folsom is growing, Roseville is growing, and they cut through. I drive down Barton Road every morning, very early, and as the cars follow me, peel off and head up through Folsom Lake Estates to cut through. Most of them are coming from Sacramento County up, and they're peeling through there to get back onto Auburn Folsom, and miss the traffic on Douglas and Eureka and all that, and Douglas and Barton. I'm sorry. So that's going to be an issue. If nothing else happens within Granite Bay, that's going to continue to be an issue. I think as some of the construction finishes up on Auburn Folsom, and traffic can flow through there like it's designed to, some of that will get better. It will take a while to break habits that have been in use for some of these people for years, as they've been trying to avoid the construction on Auburn Folsom. But I think eventually that will somewhat right itself, because it backs up big on Barton Road right now in the mornings. So it's not any faster than being stuck in the traffic on Auburn Folsom at this point. Once Auburn Folsom construction is done, I think that will be the better corridor, and a lot of the surface street traffic will fall back in. You know, on the land use change, it was, I think, consciously decided during the general plan amendment that land use was not going to be discussed, or we'd probably still be discussing it. And we'd probably still be holding hearings on that general plan update right now if we were dealing with all the land use changes that were brought up. Unfortunately, what we get then is piecemeal planning, because we're going to have multiple applications. None of these people's desire to rezone their property are going to go away just because it was consciously decided it wasn't going to be addressed as a group. So we're going to continue to see individual applications come through. It's their entitlement to ask. That's why we're all sitting here. But we're going to have to do it, unfortunately, on a piecemeal basis. Without the crystal ball of what the next neighbor is going to be asking for, or the next guy down, or anything else, and that makes it a little tough.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, could you support this project, support the use change and this project as a resident of that area?
I could say, I think if some of the operational practices that we have heard about could be included in the conditions, so that if somebody made Ms. Powers an offer she just couldn't refuse tomorrow, that the residents still had in place the same comfort level that is had with her as an operator, then I think I could support it. Leaving it totally up, you know, to the hands of a good individual who we have no guarantee how long will be in control of it, I have a little concern with.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So if I could possibly help out here, I'm going to have Roy put up a slide of the staff's recommendations regarding this project, because there's a number of actions that we're asking you to act on today. And because this is a general plan amendment and rezone, everything that you're looking at there would be a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So if the commission feels comfortable enough to go through each one of those items, and then for those where you would want to add additional provisions, it's up to you what your comfort level is. If you want staff to, you know, some of those could be addressed right now by things we've talked about that could be added in there.
Right.
Other things may, you know.
I was going to say, they're probably going to need to be a little more thought, but we could dump that in the board's lap to approve them and give you between now and the board meeting to deal with those conditions?
We can do that.
Pass the buck.
All right. We definitely want to.
We could include the recommendation that they incorporate those.
Yeah.
Incorporate it, yeah.
Yeah, but I guess the trouble I'm having is, you know, I hear two areas, probably the Valet Parking requirement and the difficulties with the condition number 42 being specific enough are probably the two main issues that we're talking about.
On-site and so.
But what I'm struggling with is how do we strengthen those in this meeting? And I was to dump it on the supervisors. I don't think that would be the right way to go.
I just don't know that taking 5 minutes to create conditions that are going to have to be lived with forever is necessarily the best way to go too. We're either going to miss something or overkill something, one of the two.
Well, but we don't do it very much, but we also could ask staff to, up them and bring it back to us.
I hate to do that since we're only making a recommendation anyway. If this was the final approval, I'd be all for that. But since it's going to the board anyway.
So as I understand it, staff would make some recommendations based on what we were speaking here that would go to the board, and they would make the decision, so we wouldn't be making any recommendations directly.
We would recommend based on, assuming that we're modifying the conditions, that they approve it with the addition of the...
So basically, their operations management manual would basically become part of the...
Yeah, the noise,
with the county.
and speakers.
For noise and for...
Follow,
So we know specifically which areas need to be strengthened, or are we going to leave that open-ended?
I agree. I think the parking and how that is going to be managed and handled is something that, well, like I say, well, we were told of a good plan here. There's nothing that says down the road that has to be in place. I think the sound system, the condition that it's a facility-provided sound system, and those kind of things, and the operational practices regarding the noise are huge.
And the thing about
the number of staff in relation to the number of guests.
And that there's signage for a phone number,
The
of an
event-
on-site
the
manager,
event,
anytime they could call.
the event requirements, like we have in agriculture,
Yeah,
are placed on this one for notification.
Yeah.
So, we're hearing 4 or 5 specific points. So somehow we have to give some direction on those 4 or 5.
So I think we can do that from what I'm hearing. And if you go through the actions that we're asking you to act on, if you go one by one, most of what you're talking about are operational changes or management, and most of those are going to be tied to the actual conditional use permit. That won't be tied to the actual land use change. So when we get to item number, I believe 5, as you should see up on the screen, when we get to that one, then I can go down. What I'm hearing from you is a list of things that you would want staff to go back and emphasize or include in the recommendation to the board.
Okay.
Do we have to make each one of those a motion and vote on them separately?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, does anybody want to make a motion on number 1?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigative monitoring program prepared for this project in compliance with CEQA.
Second.
Motion second, roll call.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that passes. Item number 2, motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve an amendment to the Granite Bay Community Plan, changing the land use designation on Assessor's parcel number 048-142-036-000 from rural residential 2.3 to 4.6 acre minimum to professional office.
So, we have
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Sevison?
Question under this. This is a recommendation of the Board of Supervisors. We're not approving it here. We recommend approval.
Right, that's correct.
These are all recommendations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes?
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Rakucci?
Yes.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Okay, item number 3. Any motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion that we recommend the approval of a rezone, or let's see, we're on 3? Yes. Approve the recommendation of a rezone of Assessor's parcel number 048-142-036-000 from RA-B-100 PD 0.44 residential agricultural, combining building site minimum of 100,000 square feet, combining planned residential development of 0.44 dwelling units per acre to OP office professional.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Yes.
Wait.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader? Mr. Rakucci?
Yes.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Item number 4, motion.
Somebody else.
Okay, I'd make the motion that we make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that they approve a tentative parcel map to subdivide the plus or minus 5.2 acre parcel into a 2.495 acre parcel and a 2.671 acre parcel.
Second.
Motion second, roll call.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Rakucci?
Yes.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Okay, item number 5. Do we have a motion?
All right, this is the one we got to play with a little, correct?
Yeah, we got to come up with some language to add.
Well,
Let me see.
Take a stab at it.
So if If you'd like, we can kind of go through the talking items that there were. One was regarding the notification that there is an event, a notification sign on the property with phone numbers. And my recommendation would be to utilize the same language in the event center ordinance that's applicable to agricultural centers, which basically requires a 4x4 foot sign with all that information on it, so code enforcement could be contacted. So if you are in tune to that, we can incorporate that language, but apply it to the commercial event center.
Can we do all these in one motion, all 5 of them, or do we have to do them individually?
I think if we walk through the list and include that as part of your motion as we just discussed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of a conditional use permit to allow a plus or minus 7,500 square foot commercial event center and office and professional land uses within 2 Craftsman Loft buildings totaling 23,662 square feet. Building A totals 12,000 square feet and Building B totals 11,662 square feet. Would like to recommend that additional conditions be placed, or that the board considers additional conditions to be placed on the project that would require signage for notification, similar to what we have in the event center ordinance.
Correct.
That we have specific operational procedures relating to the valet parking. And
We would just refer to that as a parking management plan.
the sound system operation and who is providing it. What were the other operational?
Noise.
What else?
You know, one question on item number 7, that's maybe where that valet parking comes in, unless you want to double it up.
Well, they're going to go on the
It
conditions
should
of
be
approval as
applied
opposed
to the conditional use permit.
For that.
Right.
Versus the parking.
Correct.
Okay.
And the sound system, Jeff?
Correct, the sound system, and we had a couple other things on the list too. Correct, the staffing ratio. And was there one more I'm missing?
That's all I had.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be my motion.
Do we
I'll
have
second that.
a motion second? Roll call?
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Akuchi?
Yes.
Mr. Denio?
Yes. Okay, item number 6.
Yeah, before we make a motion on that one, no, we didn't discuss it at all. Is there any problem with,
The setback.
with reducing that setback from anybody's concern?
That was when I was asking the question about the drainage. This was the issue that I was thinking about at that particular time. I think what I heard from the applicant subsequently is that they have a drainage plan which will keep drainage from the parking lot from running into the ponds, except for maybe during an exceptional event.
Well, usually now, and I guess staff, Phil, you could probably answer this question. I mean, by state regulations, water quality control and everything, under the county ordinance, they have to meet it no matter what, and if they can't meet it, they can't build the project.
That's correct. And so there is an underground storm drainage system that collects water from the parking lot that does discharge into the ponds in 2 locations. Before it discharges into the ponds, there are underground water quality facilities that are being installed to treat that runoff before it discharges into the pond. So
Yeah.
they don't need something like a basin that takes up a little bit more space. It's an underground facility
Okay.
under the parking lot.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And so, I mean, for me, that answers the question with regards to number 7. And so I personally would, I guess, make a motion, huh? Yeah, I would make a motion that we recommend to the supervisors that they approve a variance to section 17.54.060 parking space requirements of the zoning, no, I'm on the wrong one.
You are.
Okay, let me go back.
Number 6.
Okay, I recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve a variance, section 1754, 140D2 of the zoning ordinance to allow a reduced pond setback of 15 feet for the proposed event center and loft structures where the minimum setback is 50 feet is required.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Akuchi?
Yes.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Okay, item number 7 now.
You gonna trust me to do it again?
You started,
I
so figured you'd be the best person.
Yeah, I make a motion that we recommend the supervisors approve variance to section 1754.060 parking space requirements of the zoning ordinance to allow 181 off-site parking spaces, on-site, parking spaces, plus an additional 52 valet parking spaces, where a total of 233 on-site parking spaces are required for events up to 358 persons.
Do we have a second?
Second that.
Motion second. Roll call?
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Akuchi?
Yes.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Okay, item number 8.
This is another one I want to ask a question about.
Yeah, same here.
Why do we need 2 freestanding signs?
Especially since we're going to be
For
sticking
this
another
project.
sign up there.
I could address that actually in page 12 of the staff report under item number 1 under variance for signs. What they're proposing is a sign that looks very much like the Quarry Ponds Town Development sign. It'd be a height of 6 foot high, so it's low profile, and then it would be V-shaped with a V on top. And the reason for it is really identification of the property to people going east or west on Douglas Boulevard. And it would also just state the name, Pond Pavilions and Lofts, and the address, which is allowed. And it's not a multi-tenant sign. That was one time thought to be what it might be. But it is definitely, as we stated in number 1 under the variance for signs on page 12, to provide better identification and visibility for the benefit of guests attending this event center in particular.
So it's almost like one sign, but it's just
and
separated.
it's kind of a V shape with the V at the point at the top north end. So you're actually orienting a sign towards east or west going traffic on Douglas Boulevard.
It's two-sided.
Yeah.
Well, I see here it says the variance request is consistent with the Granite Bay Community Plan, so, okay. I just thought I'd bring that up since we hadn't talked about it.
I guess we just require the additional sign, a 4x4 sign.
So now there'll be 3 of them.
So we'll be.
So now there'll be 3 freestanding signs, correct?
I think that would be a notification sign. We would consider that separate than a
Yeah, but I'm driving.
building
down the street, I'm
identification
looking at
sign.
3 signs regardless of what you call it. I'm going to be seeing 3 signs, yes?
Well, and then the question is, where is the appropriate place to place a notification sign?
You beat me to the question.
I guess you'll be solving that problem, won't you?
Good luck with that, EJ.
Well, I think the applicant made a suggestion of putting it on their website, which I think is a good access as well, other than the on-site, on-site. But I, for those who may not have the ability to access the web, there needs to be another way for them to get that information. So
yeah, and from a staff point of view, my recommendation is that it's not right on Douglas Boulevard where the frontage sign is, but maybe right when you come into the interior, right at the, in the first landscape area or parking area.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do drive in, there is something visible that someone would see.
Hey, you gonna make a motion, Mr. Rakucci?
Yeah, I guess so. I've got to get my other glass so I can see what I'm looking at. We're on item 8, is that correct? Approve a variance to section 1754 180A1 of the zoning ordinance to allow for the 2 freestanding signs at the project's entry where only 1 freestanding is allowed.
A question just before we go to second. Would both these signs be basically identical in size?
That's correct.
And the signs that we're talking about now are already basically, described? So it's not like we're giving them permission for 2 and then they come in with 2 different ones that we weren't even thinking about?
No, they actually have a preliminary look at it. It would say Pond Pavilion Lofts and then the address.
So we're recommending that these particular signs be used?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion second. Roll call?
Mr. Sevison? Yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Rakucci?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
What's in condition 1?
Item number 9, I guess, is, we don't have.
So, yeah, so let me speak to number 9. What, since the applicant has requested that variance be pulled off the table, I would have the commission, accept the withdrawal of that variance, but also at the same time, limit the events to a maximum of 358 people.
Okay, somebody.
Mr. Chair? We got a motion down here.
Make a motion.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Mr. Sevison? Yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Rakucci?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes. Okay, that's our recommendation, and thank you all for participating in this. Okay, now we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And for everybody's information, there's no appeal on this because it goes directly as just recommendations to the board.
You made a good point there. I live on this shortest street.
Hey, Jeff,
Use your gavel.
we got to get started here. We're running so.
You run just a little late.
They're ready to lynch the chairman.
We're into the lunch hour.
Yeah.
You think?
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene,
Try and start.
and we will do item number 2, our 1025 item, now that it's 12:30. The Grove at Granite Bay. And oh, okay, Sherry, you're up.
Hello.
Oh, now I had the same problem.
Hello. Okay. Clearly, I'm challenged. EJ's going to rescue me.
It's only if we're running a half hour ahead
Between
And then when you point, use this one side.
that everything works so fast.
That one's a good one.
I've had my lesson. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we're here today to consider a subdivision map and conditional use permit modification for the Grove at Granite Bay. Get you oriented, continuing with our day in Granite Bay. North of Douglas, south of Olive Ranch Road, along Berg Street, you'll find the Grove at Granite Bay subdivision. By way of background, way back in 2005, your Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve a tentative subdivision map, conditional use permit, and variance to fence height for the Grove at Granite Bay. And subsequent to that, several extensions were exercised. Obviously, not a good time for maps to move forward during those mid-2000s. Ultimately, the project moved forward in spite of an appeal, and it is now 2015, and the project's finally getting underway. The applicant's here requesting approval of several modifications to the original conditions of approval, all of them essentially tied to setbacks. We're processing this as a conditional use permit and subdivision modification as opposed to a variance because this was approved as a planned development. So per our zoning ordinance, when there are more than 4 lots involved, your commission has the distinction of looking at a project. If there were fewer than 4 lots involved and proposed for setback modifications, it in fact would have gone to the zoning administrator. So I just want to kind of make that clarification in case any of you are wondering why you're looking at setback modifications. I want to first point to a portion of the site plan for the 6 lots that front Berg Street. Lot 24, 28, oh gosh, I feel like I'm doing an eye test. These lots along Berg Street. The main entrance into the subdivision is here. By way of background, if many of you don't remember, when this project was first brought to you back in 2004, there was some concern on the part of the Berg Street neighborhood community on the opposite side of the road that this project would be highly visible from those established residents. This neighborhood has been here for some time, and so in an effort to address those concerns back in early part of the planning process in the early 2000s, the then applicant agreed to a number of provisions that would provide some visual screening to address the concerns of the neighbors on Berg Street. So the first of these issues was the establishment of a 30-foot wide, this is denoted in purple, and what that was called is a landscape corridor. Landscape corridor included a meandering sidewalk, you can kind of see it right here, that runs along the access to Berg Street. In addition to that 30-foot wide landscape corridor, the developer also agreed to a 25-foot landscape easement, that's denoted in the green, That 25-foot landscape easement would provide further buffer by virtue of plantings and screenings. Finally, the developer agreed to an additional 25-foot, making a total 50 feet from the property line, structural setback requirement. So that's denoted here with this example. This footprint of the building is 50 feet from the line. If you actually take the additional 30 feet that's provided with the landscape quarter, you have 80 feet from the edge of easement of Berg Street. So I want to get our bearings in terms of what the original conditions of approval required for these 6 lots that front Berg Street. All of these lots are accessed from the interior of the subdivision. None of these lots are accessed directly onto Berg Street, as are the properties on the other side of Berg. Are there any questions so far? Because this is a little complicated. This belongs to the HOA. Correct. So both the landscape corridor, where the meandering sidewalk is, and the landscape easement, where the plantings are both the common areas that belong to the Homeowners Association. So, sorry. Let's see, we've been through the background. So now the improvements are in. The lots are beginning to sell. The economy is turning around, right? It was a good thing. In the process of these lots being purchased, it's become apparent that this 50-foot structural setback requirement, as it was written in 2003, was intended to provide that buffer in addition to the 30-foot landscape corridor. Now, whether it was advertently or inadvertently, this 50-foot structural setback that's embedded in several of the conditions that you'll note in your staff report also precludes the installation or erection, as you will, of any fencing, privacy screening, arbors, walls of any kind. And it's embedded throughout the conditions of approval. Because these lots end up having backyards that face right onto Berg Street, essentially some of the buyers of these lots are telling the developers now, this doesn't seem to provide us with enough privacy. So the developers came to us and said, these conditions, 81, 82, 85, 93, 97, all somehow preclude our homeowners from having the same and enjoying the same privacy that other lots within the subdivision enjoy. Again, it's sort of the same theme, prohibits any structure within that front setback, any solid fencing over 3 feet. Structural setback is 50 feet. Any solid walls, fencing, and any, there's a typo, solid features are along the Berg Street frontage. So I want to kind of tell you what they're asking and then have you take a peek at what it looks like. So the applicant is here to request a 25-foot reduction in the structural setback requirement of that 50 feet from the edge of easement along Berg Street to allow privacy structures not to exceed 35 feet of the lot width on the inside edge of the 25-foot landscape easement on those 6 lots. So let me just go back for a brief moment. So essentially, this yellow bar, they're asking for some relief to these standards, not to allow habitable structures. The structural setback will stand. In other words, you would not be able to construct a house within this yellow 25-foot band, but in fact to allow, if that homeowner should so desire, some kind of privacy structures, because again, this area functions as the backyard to these 6 lots.
Where's, go back down, where's the metal fence located right now?
It's a good question. Right along here at the bottom edge of the green.
Okay, and where would this privacy structure be located?
That would be ultimately up to the homeowner, but anywhere
what distance?
Anywhere within this yellow band. Right now, there's no structures allowed from the edge of that wrought iron fence up until that 50-foot structural setback. So right now, nothing is allowed within this area. So if you can take a look at this house, maybe better depicts it. Right now, this house, the backyard is here. Nothing can be constructed in the yellow or in the green, and that wrought iron fence runs along the edge of the green and the purple. So what the applicant has requested is the option to allow individual homeowners to construct some kind of privacy screening. It would really be up to them, and of course, anything would have to go through their architectural review committee for approval, not to exceed 35% of the entire width of the lot, and not to exceed over 5 feet in height. And we worked with the applicant for a few months to come up with that. It seems like a funny mathematical equation to reach that. What we were trying to address was the original concern way back in the early 2000s, that this access along Berg be kept open and natural looking, not have that sound wall that you see along Douglas now, where you have this kind of tunnel effect that starts to occur as each subdivision builds subsequent sound walls. So the original project was not allowed to have a sound wall, but in fact required to have an open wrought iron fence with landscaping to keep that rural feeling. But the reality is now that these lots begin to develop, their backyards are actually looking right out onto Berg Street. And I'd be happy to advance to some photos if you're...
Sherry, I was just going to say, 35% of what within their property area is not very much.
It's less than half.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much.
Well, and let's pick on poor lot number 9 here for a moment. In this instance, the homeowner is installing a swimming pool in this area. So it's not quite the backyard, but for all intents and purposes, given the irregular shape of this lot, this area is functioning as his backyard. So right now, he's just interested, we're picking on him, I don't mean just to pick on him, but he's interested in creating a little bit of privacy for himself and his family as they enjoy their backyard swimming pool. So they are not interested in fencing this whole area, nor would staff support that. Because if you've been out to the site, you'll know that that wrought iron fence with the landscaping provides that sort of natural open feeling that was the goal when the project was approved. Now, to go ahead and install a fence the entire width of each lot would essentially create that walled effect that we were trying to avoid 12 years ago. So the developer has requested just rather than a full length, could we just erect some partial fencing within this yellow bar to allow each homeowner some privacy to shield them from the folks that are walking along the sidewalk and the motorists that are driving up and down Berg Street.
What is the typical lot width?
I believe it's in your staff report. We've got widths that range from 164 to 219 feet. So you'll see each of these lots varies somewhat in size. So if you take that 35% and you do a little math, you'll see that ultimately the fencing could range from 57 feet to 76 feet per lot. 57 to 76 feet per lot, depending on the width. This lot's wider than this one, wider still. So again, is that better than a solid fence? Is that less desirable than a solid fence? That's for your commission to determine.
Could you describe the difference between a privacy structure and a fence?
What we tried to do was capture a definition that allowed the homeowner some flexibility. So for example, if they were interested in a wooden fence, that would be something. This particular property owner is interested in more of a retaining wall. He's got some slope issues in his yard, so he'd like a retaining wall near his pool. We've also talked to the developer. In some instances, it may be a combination of a vine on an arbor or an outdoor kitchen that would sort of back up. So we wanted to...
Structures at all then, are they?
Well,
they would function to become a buffer.
More of like a garage or something like that?
No, not a garage. No structures that would be habitable. So
Garage would be habitable, so
gazebo.
So that's why that
a
word
gazebo.
structure.
Who said a gazebo, Jeff? Yeah, a gazebo.
So we'd have to have some definition in there to preclude a structure like a garage as opposed to a fence or a gazebo.
Right, and I think in the conditions we do say non-habitable, but if your commission was desiring something more specific to no humans could...
Well, yeah, that makes it a little tougher.
Right, and again, the HOA and the ARC, this has to pass muster with their own internal review board.
Well, that means nothing to us, so we're just concerned on what we could tell the HOA that they have to not allow, for example, garages, but they could have fences or something like
Correct.
that.
Well, what about a gazebo?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
So we could have a maximum size of a structure or something
Well,
like
the
that?
word structure is a little disingenuous.
Anything over 3 feet, I think, is what we're dealing with.
5 feet.
Well, I thought their condition was some of them was no more than 3 feet right now.
As the
Well, so
kin-
the maximum height of any structure would be 5 feet, would preclude a garage.
Or a gazebo.
Or a gazebo, even, yeah.
Right.
That's what it says now, right?
I believe.
Yeah.
Currently, condition 85 says nothing over
3 feet.
3 feet in the front setback. The issue really is that each of these lots has multiple front setbacks, right? So they've got the front setback from the access, and this is also considered a front setback. And as you know, a front setback is always going to be a greater distance than a side yard or a rear yard setback.
What is the front setback for the homes across the street?
50. On this side?
Across the street there that face
Those
there.
homes are all set back fairly well, and I know Arlene is here. They're set back, in fact, between their setback, and they're all older homes, and the vegetation that's grown up in this area, many of the homes are not even visible.
I'm thinking there's a row of 3, 4, 5 homes that have their fronts on Berg.
They front right onto Berg, correct.
And, I mean, I'm thinking that garage setback is maybe 25 feet.
Yeah, I would say that's fair, yeah.
But one thing with this, because there's a walk or a trail on the other side, so you.
And I don't know if you can.
You have a setback that they don't have across the street.
Right, again, the purple is
So
30
if you-
feet.
If you took, the green and purple and added that up.
30 plus 25 is 55 right to here, plus another 25.
Right. and
It's
then
80
if you-
feet.
Yeah, and then if you go across the street, and then you took that same distance and put, I mean, how many houses are within?
Yeah, probably not quite that far, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, when
Yeah.
I've driven down the street, it's like they have, because when they put the development in, they gave up that frontage for the walk, that's a privilege the other side didn't have to worry about.
That's a good way to look at it. So let's look at some pictures. I don't know if you've all had a chance to get out there. This is just sort of another depiction. I don't like this one quite as much. It's harder to see. But I want to point out the natural oaks and olive trees throughout the site. And those will remain. And those also serve to provide a higher canopy level of screening. And they're all scattered around the frontage here along Berg. That lot number 9 that I was picking on that's installing the swimming pool, I was standing about 15 feet. I was standing on the sidewalk when I took this picture into their backyard. Right now, their pool will be right here. So you can see their concern. Now, it varies from lot to lot as I began to walk away from the lot that we just looked at. I'm inside the fence now. I'm looking out, and this is the sidewalk. And there's Berg Street beyond. So some lots have many more natural trees, a difference of some landscaping that's already kind of taking off, other areas where clearly the landscaping could be a bit more robust. Back again on lot 9, he's fortunate to have a lot of native olive trees or native oak trees and some olive trees here. You can see where that landscaping is also starting to provide that screening that is desired. This is actually the swimming pool in the time between taking the first and this shot. The pool has been excavated. So this is at lot 9 again. He's interested in particular, it's screening this portion of his pool from the houses on Berg. Actually, you do see that house, but you don't see that one quite as much when you're out on the street. Again, because the lots are reverse oriented, their backyards front Berg Street. Oops, I don't want to go on to that right yet. So essentially, when the conditions were crafted, when the map was approved, the idea was to have all of those 6 lots reverse oriented. The conditions that were placed to provide that buffer from residences on the other side of Berg Street really were to create this open, spaced, wrought iron sort of park-like feeling. Which it has done. If you've been out there, you'll feel that right away. It feels very rural, no sound wall. However, as now these buyers are coming in and recognizing that the footprint of the house only has so many ways you can orient it, essentially their backyards will front Berg. We knew that right from the beginning. What I think was overlooked, perhaps 10 or 12 years ago, was the fact that this 50-foot from the edge of easement to the structure, this 50-foot area precludes, per those 5 or 6 conditions, anything to be constructed other than landscaping in a swimming pool. So the applicants are suggesting that these 6 lots are being deprived the same rights of privacy that are going to be enjoyed by other lots within the subdivision. And so they're here, not a variance, again, because it was a planned development. We do have to modify the conditions of approval and therefore also modify the subdivision. That's why it's coming before your commission today. So I want to, because there are several lots, I want to kind of take it in small bites. These are the first 6 lots, and I'm happy to answer any questions that your commission may have.
Well, some of the lots, like lot, I can hardly see the numbers here.
I can't either.
See lot 32 and lot 1, that's not their backyard. It's their side lot. Is that correct?
In my pointer, lot, oops. This lot is a side yard. This house is in. It's one of the model homes.
Okay.
The entrance is here. There is a swimming pool here. So the swimming pool and the outdoor kitchen area kind of swing around. So you could consider this to be a side yard, but it's functioning as the outdoor living space for this home.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeing the pools in the yellow?
I'm sorry?
When you were motioning for that, is the pool in the yellow?
No.
For that, it's not, okay.
No. I think this is when they were probably doing, and the applicant is here and I can have him embellish, but I'm assuming once they were in the process of landscaping and finalizing the touches on the model home, this is when it became pretty apparent that there was a lot of visibility into the yard of the model home from Berg, from the sidewalk, from the road.
So they wouldn't need the full distance, and the 35% would probably take care of it.
35% is the amount that we settled on. Staff wasn't necessarily thinking that the full width would achieve. I had to go back and read the staff report as well as the original mitigated negative declaration that was all tied to this project, and I wanted to get a flavor of what the concerns were from the community back in 2003 to make sure that we carried forward in any modifications to the use permit, that we didn't, overlook the fact that one of the biggest challenges for this project's approval way back then was the issue of these lots. So to me, the construction of solid wood fencing the entire distance here would end up creating that very tunnel effect that we were trying to avoid. So the 35% grew out of sort of a compromise that the developer was willing to accept. I'm sure they would have wanted more, and staff would be willing to support.
I did notice as you go up the road, there's a subdivision that's gated at the end, to the north, I guess it is.
Winterhawk.
And
Greyhawk.
yeah, just to the north of this Berg Street. And I noticed they had similar type fences, but they had hedges along the fence. And the hedge tended to block out the visibility. And so, for these parcels here, some of them could get by with a hedge, I think. I guess what my concern was that the solid wood fence becomes kind of it's a different thing for this neighborhood that as you drive around the rest of the places you don't see.
Correct. Landscaping, the intent of the landscape easement, again, that's that 25-foot, what color bar was it? The intent of that green bar was to really provide ultimately that privacy. And I believe over time it will do just that. Mm-hmm. However, right now, these plants are small. Some of them are larger than others, and again, some of these lots have the benefit of more natural vegetation, which provides some additional high canopy screening. But for the most part, these plants have just been put in. So they don't provide that full hedge that in 5 years you'll likely see out along Berg Street on these lots. There are just a variety of, also due to grade, some of the lots on the upper end have some different grade changes. So by virtue of just looking up, you don't see that full-on view into the backyards that you do on lots 1, 8, and 9. They're much more visible because the grade is essentially, the road, the sidewalk, and right into the backyard of this lot. And even this lot, it's all at grade. So there's a sense of more openness for these 3 lots, more so than the top 3. But yes, you're right. Ultimately, hedging and when this landscaping matures, you're going not to feel that sense of openness. You will feel more privacy over time.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay. We're going to go on?
Yep.
Okay. So while the developer was considering changes and modifications to those 6 lots, they said, you know what? We're also having issues on an additional 3 lots. Again, tied to setback requirements that were part of the original conditions of the map. So again, not typically something your commission sees, but given just the sheer number of lots that they were looking to modify setbacks on, it's before you today. So lots 10, 11, and 12, and in fact, I don't have a site plan for the whole project. Lot 9 with the swimming pool that we were just looking at is here. This is Berg right here. So the next thing that the applicant came in and said, these lots are funky, they're irregular, they're sort of squirrely, they've got front setbacks that are large, they've got rear setbacks that are large. We cannot orient the product that we're selling other than one model, and even that, we're having trouble fitting these houses on these lots given all of these constraints. So in your staff report, you'll see that the next request is a modification of the front setback for all 3 of these lots. I think it's 35 feet, and this does not tell a very good story here. And the applicant is looking to reduce the front setback down to 25 feet, just to give future property owners, future buyers, again, these houses are not yet built. I believe this lot was sold, though, to give them a little bit more enjoyable front yard space. So they're looking and requesting the reduction of 35 feet from the edge of easement down to 25 feet. But while we're on this site plan, let's kind of go back to the 3rd request, which is a reduction in the rear setback. I think that's the very first. Now, when this project was approved, back here is an open space that was part of the planned development. So it's a lovely wetland area. If you were out, you were able to see the wrought iron fence that pulls along the back of all 3 of these lots, looking out onto this wetland area full of little spring peepers when I was out there. So essentially, back when it was approved, the rear setback requirement was set to 30 feet. Now, every other lot in the subdivision, with the exception of those lots on Berg, have a rear setback of 10 feet. So again, the developers, in trying to orient the product on these irregularly shaped lots, given the 35-foot front setback, given the 30-foot rear setback, were having extraordinary difficulty. So they started working with our engineering and surveying department to really ascertain why that 30-foot setback was placed on these 3 lots to begin with. And I know Sarah's here, and if I get lost, she'll bail me out. Ultimately, our engineering, and it was actually Dan Datai of our engineering survey department that suggested to them, 30 feet really isn't an issue. What is our concern here at the county is that we not have anything within the floodplain, that 100-year floodplain. And so the applicants were willing to agree to this 313-foot contour mark here as an acceptable place that would allow these houses, we'll pick on lot 11, to have an actual usable backyard. Otherwise, essentially, the house would go right up to that 30-foot setback, and it drops right off then. So let's show you a couple pictures here. This is the back lot of rear lot of 11. 11 is the middle one. Okay, so you can see they've pad graded it, and essentially all that they're asking for is by allowing the usable yard area to be moved to that 313-foot rear flood contour line, they can pull this out. Can you help me, Sarah? Yeah, we're doing good. So that the yard area becomes a little bit more usable. Not to encroach on the wetlands, certainly not to go any greater. Help me.
Okay. So the floodplain of the 313 line is somewhere right along out here. They can grade up to it right now, but if we allowed this variance, they would be allowed to put a retaining wall, do a little bit of fill outside of the floodplain and gain more usable area.
Right, because again, right now, there's essentially no rear backyard for these 3 lots. So we suggested to the developer, rather than piecemeal this and continue to come back and make these changes, figure out what all the issues are with this map, bundle them together, and come in and let the Planning Commission make the determination if there are grounds, if we can make findings to reduce the front setback to allow some front yard, to reduce the rear setback to allow some rear yard. These are good-sized houses. They're not small houses. But when you put a big house on a small lot, it does gobble up some land pretty quickly. Engineering and surveying are confident that we're not in any way impeding that 100-year floodplain, and therefore staff made the recommendation to support it. So let's just stop there, and I'll be happy, or Sarah will be happy to entertain questions.
Oh, okay. So you're saying when you showed the one picture, because it does look like, if you go back to the picture there, they're talking about retaining, right? You mentioned like it looks like
for this lot. Yeah, right.
Or along the whole floodplain area?
For those 3 lots.
Yeah, for the 3 lots, just sort of following the floodplain with the retaining.
Correct. They would have to stay out of the floodplain plus a 2-foot buffer to give us some safety margin. And then this variance would allow a retaining wall where none is allowed now currently due to the 30-foot setback.
Okay.
And you say that the front setback we were talking about on this lot also, correct?
That's correct.
And what are
all
the
3 lots
setbacks on the other lots in the subdivision?
I'm sorry?
What are the front setbacks for the other lots on the subdivision?
35.
They're all 35. Mm-hmm. Everything is front. So these 3 are looking for exemption to those?
Due to their irregular shape. Most of the other lots in the subdivision are more rectangular, kind of. These have a little bit more angular features to them. Coupled with that floodplain issue in the back, it made developing these lots quite a bit more challenging than their counterparts in the interior part of the subdivision.
And the Granite Bay MAC supported this, but they did not support the
That's correct.
Berg Street.
That's correct. They felt that this should be entitled due as a variance, would be due to the irregular shape of these lots. They didn't feel that there was any reason not to support this. The Granite Bay MAC did not support the request for the lots along Berg Street to have.
Did the Granite Bay MAC have that 35%?
No.
They were against the solid fence all the way across.
The applicant never proposed it as a solid fence, but there was that option. They were saying a homeowner could do it, but
the 35% wasn't discussed.
No, the 35% came out of the discussion at the Granite Bay MAC because they clearly heard the concern on the part of the neighborhood that they didn't want that solid.
I just wanted to clarify what they voted on over there. I could see their concerns if they were allowed for a full right at that other line right across there. Then we'd have like some of the photos suggest, or that we've also addressed over on Moss Lane, that issue.
You like the 35% thing?
Well, I think it's a lot, the 35% is a lot better than 100%, like the Granite Bay Mac was thinking could be done.
I was just. Maybe we should hear from the.
Yeah.
Let's hear from the applicant.
Yeah.
Or from the applicant.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, if the applicant.
All right, Aaron Sussman with the New Home Company. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear this this afternoon. We're certainly excited to be building now our third community in Granite Bay. We started back in 2011, building over on Cabot-Stallman, the collection at Granite Bay, which no one was building at the time, and it was certainly a very scary time to be building high-end communities. We had some success there. We then went around the corner to Olive Ranch Road, built another small subdivision there. This is our largest offering in Granite Bay, 32 lots. We're very excited. It's been a little slow, but things have started to pick up here in the last 6 months or so, so we're pretty excited. We have found some, and as Sherry did a great job of kind of walking you through, have found some inconsistencies and really some just awkward relationships as you look at some of these lots. 10, 11, and 12, I think, are pretty straightforward. As we started to set the houses out on those lots, our biggest fear is that you'd end up with the three same houses, because those are really only the three houses that fit on those lots. There's no ability to add, at least based on our offerings currently, a lot of diversity there, and we certainly want to have a nice street scene. And if you look at our other communities, it's certainly something we pride ourselves on. And so that was a sensitivity to just having the ability to live off the back of your house with the great wetlands there. Those lots are certainly set up for kind of prime area to have an outdoor kitchen, a fire pit, something that you really could enjoy, that open space that currently wouldn't be allowed with the setbacks. And so it just, from our perspective, you looked at the wetland area and you said that's really the driver. It's not if we can get that area and that ultimately that land out of the wetland, and if you stay out of that kind of setback area, would that work? And to county staff's credit, I think they've been willing to hear us through on that. Berg Street's been a bit more complicated for us, to be perfectly honest, and certainly something that we maybe weren't quite in tune with when we first went to the MAC. And so we did take to heart what we heard from the MAC members and looked really at our intent. And our intent was really clear. It's for privacy. It's not for screening the whole street. If you look at our models, if you look at any of the houses we've built, there are certain kind of view corridors that ultimately people may want privacy. The Lot 9 buyer has expressed that concern to us and wants some ability not only to have a little privacy, but actually to shield a fire pit that they ultimately want to put in that area. And those are things that they're not allowed to do now. They couldn't put an outdoor kitchen, but they can put a pool. And I think that was the big thing for us, is that there are certain features that kind of come part and parcel with the pool that they'd be precluded from doing, but the biggest single feature of their house and the largest investment is allowed by right in the yellow area. So that, to us, was just kind of an awkward relationship we certainly wanted to talk through with you along the ways. Other than that, I'd love for you to support staff's recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions along the way.
Anybody have any questions?
Within your architectural controls,
Uh-huh.
are you going to be specific about the type of solid fencing, if it was allowed, that could go along Berg?
Yeah, and I think we'd be willing to discuss wood. I mean, if wood, it seems like wood's the constant. Everything that we're hearing from buyers or residents is that they'd like to put up some sort of solid structure, potentially to block views. And Lot 9's putting up their recommendation is to have small mounding and have a masonry wall that ultimately would face their house. It wouldn't be visible from Berg Street. Ultimately, it's not something you'd even see. But it wouldn't be allowed currently to be built. If wood, and it seems like wood kind of is the driver, I think we'd be willing to talk through that.
So the sections of solid fencing that would be allowed on each lot, would they be anticipated going where the existing wrought iron fence is now, or this would be additional structures inside that fence line?
If you look at where the wrought iron fence currently is located, it's what would be the north portion, but let me see if I can...
Between the purple and the green.
Right. So it's essentially, and I've got another pointer here, just can never be prepared here. So essentially it's on this yellow or the purple and green line. You've got another 25 feet before we would have any sort of ability to really erect anything.
Okay, so you're not proposing then that the existing wrought iron fence be modified at all?
Absolutely
We're just
not.
talking about allowable of additional screening inside that fence?
So there's an effective 55-foot buffer from the edge of pavement to the edge of this yellow area. And that's really what we're talking about, is the yellow area, which already has a 25-foot landscape easement separating the fence up to the property. Well, it's all the property line, but is really what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public like to come up?
Hello, gentlemen. At the last meeting, I provided some information and public comment. I hope you were able to take a look at that. What I did try to present was the background of the reason why the residents on Berg Street were against solid fencing altogether when this project came up, was because back when I had moved here in 1994, there was already a project approved. And at that time, the homes along Berg faced Berg, or they had a side yard. And the whole reason behind that is because Berg Street has all the homes facing the front. And they didn't want to create this feeling that it was not a neighborhood street. Because this street really has a very rural character to it. And it's getting harder and harder to find now. So when this project came up, first of all, we didn't want them to face their the backyards to it. That was the first one, which was cut down immediately. So then we said, well, then no solid fencing, use landscaping to hide for privacy, because we know they're going to have backyards. And that was a compromise. We didn't suggest that. The Planning Commission and the department came up with that as the compromise, was to have this buffer. And the whole thing, when they're telling you about the edge of easement where structures are allowed, in the conditions of approval, there are structures, and it also says including solid fences. So the builder, I'm sure was very aware of it because I was, had a choice where to place his structure. And he placed his structure on that edge. And now he wants to push that condition and get rid of it and push the fence out to that, the 25 feet. And when he said that there only pools are allowed in that area, in this area here, that is not correct. They can put in landscape items. So there is a barbecue here, and it comes out here, because I went out there to make sure. So you can put in, there is already a barbecue kitchen, as he called it, out there. And also what is allowed, because he mentioned the masonry wall here, what is allowed here is anything solid that is 3 feet or less in height. So if you wanted to put a masonry retaining wall, that's allowed. So I just wanted to point out the few things that were not quite accurate. And the other part about, I know everybody feels 35% seems like a very little. 35% of 10 is only 3.5. 35% of the widths of these lots or lengths is, you're talking 76 feet, 67 feet, 50, they're 35 may seem small, but it's relative. And along the other side of Berg Street, you don't have any solid fencing. So it may seem small, but it's not really that small. And if you told a homeowner they could erect up to 35%, they would erect 35%. So we're going to be seeing very long stretches of wooden fences, when that is exactly what we didn't want. And we compromised because we didn't want any solid fencing, but they could put it in further back. And there are subdivisions that are very beautiful and very expensive, and they have open fencing, and they use hedges. And I also provided, and within the subdivision, which is I find very difficult to accept is, but within the subdivision, they have open fencing. And they put up hedges, and I gave pictures so you can see. And the hedges work fabulous. It works. And the whole idea behind the reason why these conditions are in place was for that reason, because we wanted to keep this feel of the neighborhood. And my list here, I'm not going to read it. I had all my reasons why this should be denied. But the one thing I did want to say was, when I was sitting here for the last item about Quarry Ponds, and you all had issues about, what happens later on. We may trust Lisa Powers in how she is going to operate her business, that we know she is a good operator and she will do what she says she will do. But what happens if she's gone and the next person takes over? How do we make sure that they operate in that same fashion? Well, we put things into the conditions, and that's what all of you felt that you should do. And Commissioner Moss, and he represents our area, he mentioned that, and that is very true. These conditions are things that we rely on, that it's like the rule. You come up for entitlements for a property, and those entitlements are something the community, everybody worked to get those. And it's something that we should respect. And it's not something that we just use, because I kind of wonder if other developers will use a strategy like this, in that when you realize an issue is a big concern with the community and it's not going to go over, and so you agree to certain conditions and then you come back later on and you change them. So I would very much would like you to, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I'm babbling on, but the last thing was, what the MAC had said was not to reduce the size of the fencing. They said that they want to respect the conditions that were approved, and the applicant can easily mitigate this issue of privacy with landscaping. So I ask you to please concur with them and deny the changes of those conditions. Thank you.
BJ Baker, luckily a resident of the corner of Berg and Granite Falls Way, but a user of the path, and it's beautiful, I might add. I think that really for the owners and the builders of the Grove, this is just a monetary issue. They could easily afford to give a landscape allowance to these people if the plants have not grown thick enough to secure privacy to the new buyers of the few properties that do face Berg. I prepared something. You kind of stole my thunder, but I read this last night, and I'd like to read it again to you. I'd be very concerned about setting a precedent for further developers in terms of what was approved when submitted to the planning department and the variances allowed after development is in progress. That leaves the door wide open for developers to appease the community and then change their minds later and get variances approved. Listen to me now, please. This is a terrible reflection on the planning department. I would really like us to, they put a lot of thought in what they drew out. We put a lot of thought in what we consider to be good planning, and we approve it. It's just money. They'll make more money if they do it this way instead of that way. I have no problem with the back of the Grove. Thank you.
I'm Madeline Kalani, and I do live in Granite Bay, and no one has brought up a very obvious issue, which is the size of the homes. They're quite large, and I'm sorry they don't have maybe an offer of a home or maybe two homes that are smaller to accommodate these lots that have an issue. And I don't have a problem with changing 10, 11, and 12 because I understand the easement regarding the 300-foot setback. But this house on the corner is huge, and it takes up most of the lot as well as the other two. I'm sorry they didn't offer something less than 4,000 square feet, maybe 2,500 or 3,000, and they well may, but these are large homes that are on the lot. They could have offered smaller lots or smaller homes. That was my only observation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Bob Nealbeck. I represent 2540 Partners, the original developer of the Grove at Granite Bay from 10 years ago. First of all, I've reviewed the staff report and the recommended conditions and the recommendations of approval. First of all, I want to congratulate staff. I think you guys did a heck of a job in going back in 10 years of history to figure out what occurred 10 years ago. We support what staff recommends and its conditions and ask you to approve those conditions as recommended. Thank you very much.
My name is Randy Dodd. I'm a resident of Granite Bay. I'm concerned about the permit modifications, specifically about reducing setback requirements. Setback requirements are put in place for a reason, and I'm not sure why they're being modified. I think that there are some concerns about sightlines, privacy, visual impacts. All of these things impact setbacks. I did not receive the notification about the MAC, so I'm apologizing. I'm just getting the information now. I think that I would like to see that we disallow all of these modifications, specifically front and rear setbacks for lots 10, 11, and 12. The whole package, I think we just need to throw it out. My concern is that there's a lot of visual impacts, not only from Berg, but from neighbors on the west side, which I am a neighbor on the west side. I think that if we're going to look at privacy and we're going to look at visual impacts like we're doing right here, I think that some of the vegetative screening that's being done is good. Yes, it's going to take time to grow up, and I think we can wait. I think we need to have patience with that. If we need to do additional vegetative screening, I think that would be reasonable. If for some reason or other you feel that the setbacks, the rear and front setbacks on lots 10, 11, 12 specifically, or any of these are required, I would like to ask for an item, and that is that if we're going to do this, in order to maintain and mitigate visual impacts, that we create some vegetative screening along the west side of lot 12, specifically with, and if we can throw up that diagram. The west side of lot 12, so that we can continue to create appropriate screening, appropriate minimizing visual impacts from the west side neighbors. Thank you very much.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I understand. You're opposed to the change of the setbacks,
yes,
on these, but if we were going to change the setback for the front and rear yard, you would want more side yard screening on lot 12?
Yes.
How does side yard landscaping change the impact of a front and rear yard setback change?
It's a trade-off.
Where's your...
So what we're doing basically is they're looking at smaller setbacks. So as some of the folks have mentioned here, they can put bigger footprints on there, larger homes, 4,000 square foot homes instead of 25-foot, 100 square foot homes. And I'm saying if we're going to build these larger homes, then we need to somehow create some type of minimizing our visual impact by creating more screening.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Sherry, is that some kind of easement along that side of 12 between the property line? Is that an easement in there?
It's a paved area, and I think either Aaron or Jim could address it, but it opens to the open space that's separated by wrought iron fencing.
Service easement? Maybe emergency? Is it emergency
or service? It's a sewer easement, so it's access and a turnaround for that to get to that sewer easement.
But it's not an emergency access or anything like that?
No, it's not an EVA.
For utility?
Nope.
Okay.
Just for utility access, yeah.
Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close it off to the public and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Possible.
Well, my first comment is that I do tend to agree with the lady speaking that a great deal of the problem is simply the size of the house. As far as this requirement for setbacks from the front and the rear. It's definitely a consideration. So with someone that has a 2,500 square foot house, they've got 30 backyard to use. If they've got a 4,000 square foot house, they maybe only have 10 foot of backyard to use. That's what I'll comment on.
Question for the applicant. Sure. Do your CCNRs govern backyards as well as fronts?
They do.
They do. with regards to just landscape and structure installation, or is there criteria as to
Plant
the
selection,
orderliness
hardscape.
of how it's kept?
Yes.
There is, okay.
Unsightliness, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
When Granite Bay Golf Course or area was developed, there was a lot of contentiousness about the wall that was put in along Eureka in that area. And since that time, the vegetation that they had planted has grown up so you hardly even see the wall anymore. You don't even notice it. And so I know that if I were looking at purchasing one of these lots, I would have a real concern about having some privacy in my backyard, at least some reasonable privacy. And as somebody who might live in the area, having to be impacted by these, I would be a little concerned about having exposure to their backyards where their kids' stuff is in the backyard and whatever.
Or pool party.
Yeah, or a pool party or whatever. So actually, I would see a benefit to having some kind of privacy developed that's beyond just vegetation, because I think there's a sense of, if you're in your backyard, a wall gives you, I think, a better sense of having your area than just vegetation, which obviously is not as solid as vegetation can be. So I guess I would say that I don't care for wood fences that much. I mean, especially if they're going to be kind of an exposed area. My preference would be more of a masonry fence, and then with extensive landscaping on front of it to in time screen that from the road.
And
well, I guess my comment on that is the big argument is the screening and then the time it takes to grow up. And so if you did 35% or if you did 100%, there's going to come a time where the existing screening, is probably going to hide that. The one of the big issues is you have just a finite number of lots that back Berg, and then all the other ones are looking, it's the front yard. So everybody that has, is complaining about it, and I can understand, they still have their privacy in their backyard. And, it's sort of a toss-up, because honestly, if you probably waited for 5, like one fellow says, well, in time it's going to grow up and screen it. Eventually it will. Well, if it grew up and screened, but the guy still wanted more privacy from that, then he could go in and probably put in a full 6-foot fence and nobody would know the difference. So it's sort of a timing thing. But I agree. If I came in and there's a pool in the backyard, or like on that one, the side yard, and you're looking at it, it'd be pretty hard when you have a party and friends over, even though with the pictures we're seeing where you can see across the street and you see the residents and stuff, that's their front yard. I mean, it looks like you can see, I guess, the garage on the one and stuff. So if the living's in the back, it's real easy if that's your situation, but then you're coming into one where all of a sudden the exposure is your backyard, like with the pool, where you're looking at everybody that's walking up and down there until everything grows up enough. And so maybe the whole thing is potentially it's a temporary thing, but it's going to be a few years before the stuff grows up. Unless in this drought it ends up where everything, they tell us we can't water it.
I'm hesitant to sit back and use landscape as a fix-all for anything at this point, because even if we have torrential rains and the lakes fill today, the conditions that created it, we need more sources of more places to hold and store water for this not to be a continual problem. And that's not happening anytime in the near future. So just to think that next year it'll be all right because we get a little rain, I think we're selling things short. And I think we got to quit relying on landscaping so much as our screens and buffers from things that we consider offensive. I've driven up and down that street several times. I think there's a multitude of conditions of how yards face the street, about every way you can think of, side yards, front yards, backyards. I don't know personally that I find looking into somebody's backyard a desirable thing, whether I'm walking down the street or whether I'm driving in my car. We tend not to be quite as concerned about how pretty our backyard is compared to our front. That being said, I can also appreciate the desire not to have the tunnel effect of a solid masonry wall or something like that. I think the percentage idea, whether 35 is the right number or not, I think having it quantified as to how much screening could be done by something structural as opposed to something natural needs to be there so you don't wind up with solid. And I think maybe there needs to be a number of how many continuous feet of solid so that one neighbor doesn't do their maximum and the other neighbor does their maximum right next to it, and all of a sudden you've got a few hundred feet of solid wall that we were trying to avoid in the first place.
That could happen.
So, and I agree with you, Mr. Nader, that the wood fence is probably not something I would consider as appealing for the type and style of homes that are built there. I think something masonry or you know, would be a better fit.
It's more natural.
And be less in your face kind of thing as far as sticking out when people do walk by and want to peek into the backyards, I guess.
Any other comments?
Well, my comment is that, as I stated before, is that I have a problem with, as you say, changing the rules when they've been made, when the people know what they were when they went into it to start with, and coming back doesn't enhance the position of the Planning Commission by saying, hey, here's what we decided to do when we approved this to begin with. Now they're coming back and asking for changes that the community was against to start with, and that's what we're doing in a sense, flying in the face of the first approval that we made. So I'd be hesitant. It is indeed a matter of size. If the house is smaller, the backyard's bigger. If the house is really big, then yeah, we have to push out the backyard by putting in fences where we hadn't allowed them before. It's,
you know, the problem I have with that is that you know, they have a right to
ask,
build a house in the footprint that, I mean, in the area that they
build.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so if they want to build a big house or a little house,
they're entitled.
So I don't necessarily have a problem. You know, I'm not a big house guy, but that's my problem. If somebody wants a big house,
well, that's fine, and they should be able to have a big house, but you don't get the big house and the big backyard if you sacrifice one for the other. And that's what they're looking for.
A couple of issues here. I think on the screening issue, when I first saw this, I was thinking it was going to be a complete fence, and I didn't like that idea.
Yeah.
But where it's broken up now, it screens out the critical parts. You know, I think I've come around on that. So that's one issue. The other issue is the setback changes. That may be the one you're talking about, but those are unique parcels, and sometimes, you know, you make your decision. We made it apparently on the whole subdivision, and reality creeps in, and so then you got to look at how you can fix the reality so it fits the situation. So
well, I would argue on that point, using your own words, that indeed it does. I don't know if that lot's really that unique, being in the business, but if you knew that that was the size of the lot to start with, and these were the setbacks, and you designed the house to go onto that lot, you don't have to come back and ask for a variance.
Well, I think they did on the Berg Road lots. They designed the house to fit the lot, but it became a privacy issue there.
Well,
on these other lots, they're uniquely formed, and so I can.
Well, I disagree. They aren't uniquely formed, to be honest with you.
I just have one question for the developer. How many models do you have? Because it's not like you're building custom homes. Are they
We're not.
It's a hybrid track.
Correct. Semi-custom. We highly
have
custom.
options for
Correct.
certain floor plans, but it's not, because I know that the argument I'm hearing is okay, make it a custom where every lot, let's configure a house.
Three.
To
Three
do
is
it.
all we're talking about.
Well,
These three.
Well, no, then you have all the ones on the front, because you're saying, you know.
Well, no, I'm just talking about these three for the sake of the argument.
But
If changing the front setback for these three, why? What makes them special from, you know, piece of property of the same shape somewhere else? That's all.
Well, I thought it was explained to me because, these are not the standard kind of square lot, or they don't have the configuration that the rest of the lots subdivisions, so they are indeed unique in terms of their configuration.
Is the 35-foot front yard setback unique to this subdivision, or is that a county standard for everything?
This is a planned development, so this front setback was established with the conditional use permit in this map.
Okay, so obviously there's other places around close by
It could be
probably where the front yard
20%.
setback is 25 as opposed to 35?
Absolutely.
We've had three different projects, and we've had three different front setbacks. So it's not, there's not a constant, and it seems like with each one, the planned development is slightly different.
Before you leave, I'd like, if you could address the one comment about Lot 12 and the needing for some screening along that west side to block out, because I'm assuming if you go to the west of that, that's other properties. That's
Correct. There's a house that
yours.
sits back there,
Right.
the back of a house, and there's a wall there as well.
Does that seem like an appropriate request to give them some buffer from a home that's going to be there?
Yeah, we certainly can add trees along there. That's really very easy to do if that's.
Is that a paved area within the?
The paved area would be tough for us to do. It'd have to be on lot 12 within the 15-foot side yard setback. But going outside of that area, it's I believe it's county property, or at least a county right of easement.
Yeah, because I have a problem too.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. go
I
ahead.
think I'm getting a little bit more along the line that we're hearing that we're designing lots to fit a preconceived floor plan, and I'm a little bit.
Well, in subdivisions,
Out of-
you
out-
don't do that.
Huh?
In subdivisions, you don't. If you have 5 models, you can flip.
Well, that's true, but you create a model that fits all your lots. When you're doing house plans, that's not a big deal, I don't think. I'm struggling a little bit of coming back and maybe setting a precedent every subdivider. If the market prevails that they want to buy, everybody wants a 5,000 square foot house, then the ones they're going to subdivide lots that'll accommodate a 5,000 square foot house, because that's where the market is. But right now we've subdivided lots, and now we're creating houses to fit on them, which is a little out of sorts. We don't normally do that. And if it was an exception for one lot because they got a sewer line or a gas line or a telephone pole or something, I understand it. But this has all been done for some time, and I'm struggling a little bit.
So you're kind of lining up with Mickey.
A little bit, yeah. The three on the other end, the ones on the other end, on the
Burke Street.
8, 9, or what is it? I can't. 1, 8, and 9. I don't have any problem with it. I'm struggling with these 3 lots because I think we're setting a precedent I'm not real comfortable with.
Well,
let me make one deal that we've run into, and I know you've been in there with me on some of these, because of the open space. I sort of like the idea of setting that back and then doing a retaining wall,
Right.
because it sort of does a delineation where if you just have a tapered back, say from the BMPs you saw there, and then you taper back there, well then the owner tends to think, because there's really no fence, the fence is actually looks like it's into the 100-year floodplain, into the wetland there. That's where they tend to go in and build structures and everything. How often, have we done the cable deal? They take the cables down, and then they're
Horse
in there
corrals.
doing things, that they're not supposed to be doing, where this sort of delineates it, you know, because somebody's not going to go down a 3-foot embankment, you know, wall.
And one advantage to addressing it now is once the landscape buffer has grown to a proper screen, homeowners tend to do what they want until they're forced to ask for permission, kind of thing. And you're going to see things built in those setback areas and that, and getting them taken out is going to be next to impossible. And I think there's a certain advantage to have a developer-led effort to where what is done properly and with a certain kind of consistency across, as opposed to over the next 10 years, each individual homeowner doing something that may or may not be right.
Well, that's judgment of the innocent. You're saying this guy's going to be guilty before he's done anything.
No, I'm saying that.
Well, yeah, I know, I've sat here with it, but I mean, it's still, that's the same legal kind of thinking.
To avoid the piecemeal, I mean, if these lots sold, we'd be back with 3 different applications from 3 different homeowners for some of the same stuff, more than likely.
Well, doubtful if they came back, if we denied it now, that they would try again, and if we denied it on these grounds. Yeah. I just have a problem, guys, with changing the rules after so much effort's been put in to make them to start with. And there's a bad feeling in me when they go, here's what we've got. This isn't unique. This isn't special. The only thing is that the guy's asking for it, which is perfectly acceptable. I would if I was in his shoes too. I have. But it doesn't mean that we're duty bound to give it to him if we find reasons that don't make it unique. And changing the front setbacks on these 3 lots, I'm sorry, it's just not unique.
Are you talking about the front?
I'm just going to go with these 3 here for the sake of it.
Well, are you going, you just said front, or are you talking?
Yeah, those front ones right there.
So, and I guess what was so unique
The rear
about
one,
the
I didn't
lots that
find
got
such
them
a
a
problem.
35-foot yard
Rear
setback in the
setback,
first
correct.
place?
Because there is mitigating circumstances with
I think it's
wetlands
lot
and everything.
size.
But the front one is just,
These are-
you know, it's just for the ease and perhaps financial benefit of the developer, that's all.
Well, should we make a stab at this? See where we are.
I think we should. To that point, maybe, I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Well, so we're dealing with these 3 lots first. Any more discussion, or somebody have a motion that they want to bring forward?
Do we need to take CEQA first and just have it as a separate motion, saying that if we categorically didn't, you know?
Whatever we do, it's...
All right. That I would make a motion that this, what we're considering today is categorically exempt from the environmental review under CEQA. Is that sufficient, Karen?
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to kind of follow along on the recommendations from staff, and we'll just kind of see where this goes. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the subdivision map condition use permit modification to condition 12 to allow a reduction in the rear north setback requirements of 35 feet to allow for 10 feet or to the flood elevation of 313 plus 2-foot buffer, whichever is greater for lots 10, 11, and 12. And do I need to do the APN numbers? Do I know? Okay.
Okay, a second.
Okay.
So it's just dealing with the rear.
Just dealing with the rear setback.
Just with the
Just
rear.
the rear.
Okay, I can stomach
Okay,
that
roll
one.
call.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Denai?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes?
Mr. Denayo?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll take number 2 unless you want me to take number 3 since that's dealing with the front part. What do you want?
Oh, 3, yeah.
Yeah.
You
want to take 3, the last one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the subdivision map conditional use permit modification to condition 81 and 93 to allow reduction in the front setback requirement of 35 feet from the front south property line to allow 25 feet for lots 10, 11, and 12.
Second. Under discussion, wasn't there something in the staff report about also allowing an increase in the height of the fence?
That would be, I think, in the next one we're talking about. That would be the middle one, number 2. That you're
That the height of the fence, even on those 3 lots?
I don't know that there was a fence issue with those lots. We're just talking
There wasn't a fence issue or height of entry fences on those 3 lots?
Not as they pertain to lots 10, 11, and 12.
This is just setbacks.
I must have read it wrong then.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, roll call.
Mr. Sevison?
Yeah.
Mr. Gray?
Go ahead. You won't be alone.
How did that roll again?
Okay, 35 to 25.
On the front?
On the front. Now we're talking about the front.
No.
Was no. Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Ricucci?
No.
Mr. Denayo?
Yes. Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
Number
Number 2, or the second one, we'll take a stab at that one. Make a motion to approve the subdivision map, conditional use permit, modification to condition 81, 82, 85, 93, and 97 to allow a 25-foot reduction in the front east setback requirement of 50 feet from the edge of the easement along Bird Street for non-habitable privacy structures only that do not exceed 35% of the lot width and do not exceed 5 feet in height to be installed outside of the 25-foot landscape easement on lot 1, 8, 9, 24, 25, and 32.
Just, one question on that. I think we were all clear that it's not a habitable structure or something that somebody, it's only 5 feet.
Right, 5 feet, whatever it is, it's got to be 5.
So, if I could, I guess I would like to see an addition to your motion,
Sure.
if you would.
Okay. What would you
would hear me out.
recommend,
That no solid wood fences be allowed,
Okay.
and that no continuous run of solid structure be over 100 feet in length.
Okay, I'm good with that.
That each lot has to be
Well,
separated from
not
the
each
other one.
lot,
Adjoining
but
lot.
even if 2 lots
Adjoining
together,
lot.
there needs to be a break so that you don't get.
100 feet might be pretty big, though. I mean, considering the size of the lots, 235s put together probably wouldn't be 100 feet.
Well, the smallest lot, I think, gets 50 some odd feet
Right.
of solid fencing.
other
The
one.
larger ones get 70 some odd. If they both happen on the same side of the lot, you could go to
30% of each would be-
130 some odd. And I just like to see it shorter. I just like, see some breaks in there to keep
So
the
none
openness.
are attached in any 2
Well,
lots.
it could be attached.
They could be attached, but they just
but
couldn't
not over
run
100 feet.
any more than 100 feet.
Now,
And I don't have any magic to that 100-foot number either. But
100 feet is huge.
Yeah,
But that's wider than an entire lot.
But that could be over 2 lots.
I know, but I mean, even so, it's,
I'm okay with it.
I think that's pretty wide. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm okay with adding that language. And let's just see where this goes.
And is that a
Hey,
second?
Commissioner Moss, could you articulate the solid wall? That there are no solid
No,
Would not be
solid
wood.
wood fence, that it be a masonry or a stone-type fence or something like that, or stucco, or, something other than a,
decorative, natural appearing.
Right, that's fine.
I mean, are you? I don't want any confusion as to what you're asking for.
I guess what I'm trying to avoid is the basic solid wood, dog-eared fence kind of thing, and look for something a little more,
Decorative.
like I say, a masonry block wall, a framed-in and stuccoed structure or something like that, when it comes to the screen. I don't know obviously if you're building a gazebo or something, that can be solid wood, but when we're talking a fencing structure as a screen, I would like to see it something other than solid wood.
Okay.
Is that something you can work with?
Yeah, I believe so. And then as far as the the length and connection between property lines.
Right, to adjoining properties. They can't. They
Was
cannot.
just trying to avoid a long stretch of continuous fence. So whether we say there's breaks every so many feet, or whether we say only so many feet of continuous, I'm open to either way, but I'm just trying to avoid that tunnel feeling that we were trying to avoid when it was all put together.
You know,
and established.
I wouldn't think from one lot to another, or if we brought that one diagram of the lots up,
Yeah,
that
could
you'd
you-
have that issue.
Yeah.
The way that.
Your first one.
And recall, there are only going to be 3 on either side of the main subdivision entrance, so 3 and 3.
Yeah, you could have it. You could have it in
two,
like, probably more than 2 cases potentially, depending on how they set the houses, where the fence is longer.
Is that side yard fences too, or just frontage yard fences?
Backyard.
Well, you've got
Backyard.
along the roads, along the scenic roadways or something. Okay, I think we need to say that because that'll preclude them from doing it between lots, which is probably, you probably don't want to masonry entry between uncommon lot lines.
Hey, Mike, clarify your motion for us.
Right, well, okay, obviously I'm going with what I currently have stated, but I will add that it would, any fencing material that's used would exclude wood and would be either masonry or stucco or stone, and that it would never exceed with adjoining lots to be over 100 feet in length. Does that sort of get it, Jeff?
Second that.
Okay.
Another question, our discussion on Moss Lane, when we made them take down that solid wooden fence and move it back.
Right.
We didn't allow them to put a solid fence back there. We made them put
up
the rail,
iron.
the rail,
Right.
No.
Was it a rail?
Well,
it was wrought iron.
Wrought iron.
Right.
Open, there was no solid fence back there on that project. Is that correct?
Right.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You see,
Just one simple
does the
question.
applicant have some feedback on that motion?
Can you live with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think our standard retaining wall is a CMU wall, stucco wall that's painted to match the house. And so I think in every situation, this shouldn't be an issue for us relative to the screening. I think that's fine.
What about the 100 feet?
The 100 feet,
Because as you
yeah,
look
I
at
think
those lots, you could have some adjoining fencing.
yeah, as long as we have some ability to screen, and I just, I get concerned about, but generally where, lot 9, for example, where they are looking to put their pool, they're looking to put a radius wall in anyways. It's not a continuous straight run. I don't foresee it being an issue there. I think each situation, frankly, where the wall is not only set back, but how it looks and feels, each lot's going to be very different.
Agreed, just trying to crystal ball something,
Yeah.
improve.
I mean, I think, in terms of how it all lays out, I don't think you'll see any uniformity with that, which I think is probably a good thing.
Okay. Got a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with the modifications, so roll call.
So before that, the modification is 100 foot.
100 foot
Max.
Question, how wide is the widest lot?
Pardon?
How wide are those widest lots? How wide are those lots?
Somebody told us, Sherry.
The lots range in size from 154 to 219 feet.
In width.
So
Well-
the range would be, right now with the condition that was originally crafted, 57 feet up to 76 feet max with that 35%.
Okay.
But you're suggesting a break so that they're not contiguous.
That was Jeffrey's motion.
Well,
Or
they could be contiguous, potentially, on some of these lots. I mean, it could be, depending on how the house is set. Not lot 9, but then one next to it, depending on how those houses are set, it could, potentially between the two property lines, they could have their 35% on that side, and then the other side could have their 35%.
Well,
but together they can't be
well,
more than 100 feet.
They can't be.
But if somebody builds first and gets his full in, the second guy has to
well,
sacrifice.
It'd be shorter.
Wait,
I guess.
you know, and actually, if you look, there's there's side yard setbacks
Right, so,
anyway. So really, you wouldn't have the lots. You'd have whatever the side yard setback.
well, I'm
like
thinking,
here,
I'm looking here. and he's
like
thinking,
here.
Yeah.
This would be
What if they come in like that?
Excuse me?
they could.
Can I say something?
We've closed the comment period. Sorry about that. We have a motion and second, so I guess the
Let me
only.
see, I wanted to, Richard, you're talking about a previous project.
Correct, it's similar to
Moss
this,
Lane.
where on Moss Lane, we had an agreement with those property owners across the street that no solid fences would be put up, and they'd have to actually be back further than that. Somebody put up a solid fence, we made them take it down and put back at the other line. We didn't make them stay with that split rail one. We allowed them to put an iron one because some other people down the stream had done iron, but we had no solid fence there.
And that was at the,
That was on.
at the easement boundary. But it didn't prevent the screening if they wanted to put screening in between the house and the pool, right?
Correct.
So
True.
we're not really having a different
That was the
position.
doctors.
That's true.
Yeah, I know.
That was one residence.
They
That
could.
was the
Yeah.
doctor's residence.
Yeah.
But see, he had his pool in, and actually everything was out.
Yeah, I was just, what I was going through my mind is trying to recollect, because I think what Richard's thinking in his thought is, here, we had this situation for these folks, and we're having another situation possibly for the folks here. But I think, I'm thinking back that as long as he put some kind of a see-through fence on the easement boundary,
Which there is.
yeah, before he had it out next to the street in the middle, now.
He put it on his property line.
Yeah,
Right.
so as long as he had a see-through fence on an easement boundary, if he wanted to put a screen up within sight of
I
that.
don't know what the other condition would have been, yeah.
If the homeowners association allowed it,
Yeah.
he could have done it.
So I guess I'm just establishing my mind that we're not really talking,
It's apples and oranges. That's the
it's
way I
apples
look
and
at it.
oranges, but we're really not
Right.
kind of following a different precedence here.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay.
We are from the standpoint of changing the rules,
I don't
even if
think
the
we
two
did.
rules are different. Yeah, we are. Sure. The other rule, they may not be talking about the same thing, but in one, that we made him go back to what he should be, regardless if he could put a screen on the other side. We made him go back to the agreement they had with the people across the street. This time, we're basically changing it and letting them go back and change their agreement they used to have. That's all I'm saying.
They have different distances here.
They're not different
Yeah, a
distances,
lot.
different.
Yeah, a lot of different.
Right.
They're not quite apples and oranges, they're probably oranges and tangerines or something.
Okay.
Whatever you say. Okay, we have a
That's
motion
right.
made. Okay, roll call.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Rakucci?
No.
Mr. Denine?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. That's it.
And that one.
Yeah, if anybody should want to file an appeal, you have 10 calendar days, and the appeal fee is $546. Thank you. Okay, going to our next item.
Take another 5 minutes.
Oh, request to take a quick 5-minute break.
What about lunch?
A lunch.
Don't we eat anymore?
About a lunch voucher?
Have another bite of donut.
Yeah, have a donut, right?
Yeah. we'll reconvene for item number 3, Neff Rental Electric Fence. Appeal the Design Site Review Committee's denial of an electric fence.
What's on? Okay. This is an appeal of a design review committee's decision to deny an application. Not sure what the protocol is, so Karen may have to help me out here. The applicant notified me this morning, he's here, that he would like to request a continuance. So
in this event, you can take one of two decisions at this point. We do have a request for continuance, but only the Planning Commission can grant that continuance. And we'll let the appellant speak to the reasons for the continuance. If you wish to, you can grant it. What I'd ask, though, is because we generally have to bring these appeals within 90 days of it being filed, that if you're willing to grant the continuance, that when we set it for a date certain, that can always be continued again, but it's not really good to have appeals simply out to a date uncertain, and to ask the appellant to be, to state on the record that he's waiving the right to have this appeal heard within that 90-day period so that we could extend it further. So again, the other option you have, because this is really in front of the Planning Commission, is if you wish to hear it, my understanding is staff is ready to go forward with the appeal. My understanding, and again, I'll let appellant speak in a sec here, is that the issues involved with that appeal might be mooted by what the appellant is wanting to do while this is being continued. So that's your options.
Well,
I'd like
want to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear if there's a real justification for this.
Okay, so Sherry,
So did you want to hear the staff
we
report
want to
then?
hear from the justification. Justification.
Just the applicant.
Yeah.
Right.
10:40, we're a little late. All right, I'm Michael Pate. I'm with the Electric Guard Dog. I'm from Columbia, South Carolina. Neff Rentals is one of my major customers, and I protect their properties. We protect their properties with an electric security fence. That electric fence is always placed inside the existing fence line that's already up there. Now, I think Mr. Moss is very familiar with this property. It was out there in a rural area. I think when Sherry told me last night, they actually got their original conditional use permit in 1973, and it wasn't even called that. So this property's been in continuous use as a equipment rental site for a very long time. They face many problems out there. The main one is burglary.
Why are you asking for the continuance? We don't want your...
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to give you I just want to give you a little background, but if you want to go right to that, I will.
Well,
what they have out there right now is a very inconsistent fence line. It goes from wrought iron in the front to chain link down the side. It's even got some other fences from some of the other properties propped up on it. It's got a 10-foot fence in the back that was added on by some other property owners. And it's got a stone, I would call it a rock wall on the right-hand side, which looking up at it would be the right-hand side. I don't know, exactly compassly which way that is. That's only 4 feet tall. The rules in the state of California state that you have to have a 6-foot tall perimeter fence up around the entire property, minimum, to install an electric fence, number one. Number two is we asked for a 10-foot tall fence. When I was in front of the MAC last night, they seemed to be soft on an 8-foot fence as opposed to 10. And the staff, the county staff, was also concerned about the inconsistency in the perimeter fence. And if there was some consistency applied to the perimeter fence, they might take a different view of this. Those are the two reasons that we were asking for the continuance so I could meet with Neff. My guy at Neff is on vacation right now, and he could not show up last night, so I was representing him. That was another reason that the MAC was a little concerned, because no one from the business was actually there. So for those 3 points, I'm asking for the continuance.
Okay. How long?
90 days.
Okay, so we'll have to have a waiver on that then or something.
Yeah.
Can we wait?
Well, yeah, just one comment, because I'm familiar with all the fences and how old the facility is and stuff, and I would agree to the continuance, and then my advice, just as a person from the public, would be, you gotta get the exterior perimeter squared away before you even do anything on the inside. Just the comment you made.
That's exactly what the staff was talking about last night, as well as the MAC, that there were so many inconsistent levels to the fencing out there. There's one that's only 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
I've actually been around the site. So one of them is only 4 feet tall. I mean, a small child could get over it, literally.
And that's why you're having problems there.
6 feet's not going to stop anybody.
Yeah, but 4 feet certainly encourages people to go over it.
Correct. But 6 feet's still not going to stop them.
Yeah.
Slow them down.
8 feet, does that meet our, is that the Granite?
Could actually go with that.
Well, I don't know, we don't want to get into any of that. I mean, it's a continuation.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll do all this over again in more detail.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the existing fence, but when we get into the issue of this, we have to.
EJ has something to say.
Chairman Denio, so one of the options here is like typically these design site reviews don't come to the planning commission. This one obviously came here because it was an appeal of that decision. If this goes back to staff, we continue this meeting. We could work with the applicant and come up with a proposal. We could take that proposal back to the MAC, and pending if everybody's copacetic, the design site review could take action and approve that once this comes back to the commission. You guys withdraw the appeal if that was a decision of the applicant. If I didn't confuse everybody by that, but basically it's a decision of the design site review committee. The MAC could be involved again to see the revised proposal, and then if everything's worked out, we can finish this off with staff and just bring in kind of a consent item before you that would withdraw the applicant's appeal.
Is 90 days enough time to get it, whatever they're going to do, and get it back in front of the MAC before?
I think that would be, that's a question for the applicant.
I can answer that question very easily. The conditions of the permit will not be already having everything fixed, but the condition of installing the electric security fence at 8 feet will make sure that the condition is to have that perimeter fence all uniform.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm asking is you have to come back with a proposal to planning that they'll buy off on, and then they've got to schedule it on a MAC meeting before it comes back to us, and sometimes those things take a while.
Plenty of time for me, Mr. Nader, I promise.
Because they could throw it back to you a few times.
My suggestion is to go with the 90 days. It's a reasonable period of time. If staff and the applicant still need time to work it out, the commission can always they could request, and you could grant an additional extension of time to hear the appeal, or at that point it could come back, and as EJ was saying, it could be a moot appeal by then if it's been resolved. But by keeping it on a 90-day schedule, you keep the incentive up to get this either resolved or back to the commission within a reasonable period of time.
Yeah. No, that's
Make the motion, we continue it 90 days.
Have a second?
Second. Oh, yeah.
Okay, roll call.
It won't land exact on the 90 days. Pick the commission date.
Yeah, we have to pick
So if we're going to look at the 90 days, I'll refer to Kathy if you have the meeting schedule, and we're probably looking at a meeting in late July.
That's only
So July 23rd would probably be a few days short of 90 days, but if that works, we can do that date.
Make it date certain to the
July 23rd.
July.
It's only 60 days.
Okay.
No, that should
June, July,
that should be just under 90.
75?
80, probably about 83.
Not quite 90.
I might take a guess about 82, 83 days.
If it went out one meeting past that,
Well, if you want to give them over 90 days, it would be the one right after that.
Okay, well, the
What's
motion
that,
is
Kathy?
July 23rd?
The option is July 23rd or the next one 2 weeks later.
August.
And we would need the applicant's approval.
We're going to go over 90 days?
Do we have to do a date certain?
I
think so.
I would like to show that we could get something done and schedule it for July 23rd.
Mr. Planning Director, I'm with you.
All right.
I'll vote on 23rd. Okay, that sounds like July 23rd is the date certain. You added that to your motion.
That's correct, and is there a second, I guess? agrees
Yeah,
with
and we
that?
have about
Lots of them.
8 or 9 seconds. So we'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Before you vote on your motion, would you please check to make sure nobody in the public wants to testify on the issue of the continuance?
Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this?
About the continuance.
About the continuance? Seeing none, unless Sherry wants to.
No, but we would like the if we could also have the applicant come up and just state on the record that they're willing to waive the 90-day period to have the appeal heard in consideration for this continuance.
Mr. Chairman, many of the members of the Planning Commission, I'm willing to waive the 90 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a roll call.
Okay, roll call now.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Rich? Yeah. He said yes. Yes.
I was listening to poor Larry down there said he was gonna pass out because he was famine.
Okay.
I forgot to listen
Thank
to
you.
my name.
We'll close the meeting.